We are live.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the September 8th meeting of the East Hampton Town Board. Carol, would you please read the roll call?
Councilwoman Burke Gonzalez.
Present.
Councilman Lees.
Present.
Councilwoman Overby.
Here.
Councilman Bragman.
Here.
Supervisor Van Scoyac.
Present. Please join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United
United States of America.
and to the republic
for which it stands,
one
one nation,
Indivisible,
indivisible,
with liberty and justice for all.
This morning's work session will begin with a public portion where any member of the public may ask questions or comments to the town board. We'll have various topics discussed afterwards, including the Springs Fireplace Road Corridor Study Update with Flinker and Dodson, Lisa LaCourie, and Ray DiBiase. And we'll have a host community benefits and offshore transmission easement discussion about the South Fork Wind Farm, Hospital ER SECRA review with Eric Shantz with Planning Department, and Parks and Recreation fall programming with David Lease and John Rooney. Do we have any callers on the line?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do, Mr. Supervisor. I can unmute the first caller right now.
Excellent. Thank you, Michael.
Hi.
Good morning.
Michael Hansen.
Hi, Michael.
Wainscott. This means I also live in the township of East Hampton. And this will come as no surprise to you, but we are surrounded by water and the sea level continues to rise. You already know about the ramps at Shelter Island Ferry, and you know about the dock infrastructure improvements at Montauk that Chief Michael spoke about last year. These are examples of adaptation. We are adapting to our climate crisis. We are fortunate here in East Hampton that the leadership set a goal of generating 100% renewable energy. I commend you all. This is mitigation, and mitigation also comes in the form of a 15-turbine wind farm 35 miles off the coast of Montauk. It is staggering to me that the power generated from this project will provide enough clean electricity for 70,000 homes. 70,000. That'll mean cleaner air and a cleaner ocean, and will mitigate some burning of fossil fuels. We will simply burn less. Landing the cable at the wind farm at Beach Lane objectively makes the most sense. It is the shortest terrestrial route to the substation at Cove Hollow compared to other proposals. The route will be the least disruptive to businesses in East Hampton Town, and this cable will be underground, like the water mains are underground, like some electrical lines are underground already at the beach parking lot on Beach Lane. And you don't need to hear from me again on this topic. You've heard from scientists and engineers and the DEC and the New York State Department and the East Hampton Town trustees, and many more. The time to act is now. I look forward to hearing from Mr. Janicki's presentation this morning. Thank you very much.
Thanks for taking the time to call in, Michael.
Now, I look forward to hearing from Mr.
Sorry about that.
Okay, thanks very much, Michael. Appreciate that. Do we have any other callers on the line?
No, we do not at this time.
Okay. In that case, I think we'll move forward with our work session agenda item. The first agenda item is Springs Fireplace Road Corridor Study. And we have Peter Flinker from Dodson and Flinker here with us today. Kathy Burke Gonzalez. Kathy, did you want to introduce, give us just a quick introduction? I mean, basically this corridor study is within the commercial industrial area of Springs Fireplace and the immediate surrounding area. We did take on a more comprehensive look just came out of the Hamlet studies. Kathy, do you want to add anything to?
Yeah, and we had a kickoff meeting back in February, if you recall, at the, we brought in different constituencies to town hall, folks that do business in that corridor, and community members that were, doing, a deep dive into that area, particularly from the spring CAC. And we also then had a community-wide meeting at the library. And then, 2 weeks later, COVID struck, and, we've been making steady progress, although the consultants will explain how, we've run into some slowdowns in some areas, but we're joined today by Peter Flinker of Dodson and Flinker, Lisa LaCourie of Fine Arts and Sciences, and Ray Tobias of L.K. McLean Associates. We've also got Joanne Powell on from our planning director. So we've been having Zoom conferences since February, and we've got some questions that we need to pose to the board in order, particularly for Ray Tobias and the traffic counts to move forward. So let's get. I guess Peter, I think, is going to start.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks for joining us.
Good morning. It's great to be here. Can we get Ray and Lisa visible?
That
would help.
Ray and Lisa.
Also, is it possible for me to share my screen? Yes, I think it is. I'm going to put on a PowerPoint here. Can everybody? Can everyone see my PowerPoint?
Yes.
Yes. Thanks.
Very good. And I've got
Perfect.
Lisa and I've got Ray. All right. So we're going to do a sort of a brief recap, since it's been quite a while since our February kickoff meeting. We want to sort of go over the results of that meeting and sort of where we've been since then. This is the original scope of the study, which you can see is about an intensive evaluation of traffic, land use, and environmental issues affecting Springs Fireplace Road and the surrounding area. So we've been in this process of collecting and analyzing existing conditions, projecting build-out conditions in the future, looking at issues facing the area. And then what we're just starting to get into is figuring out what the plan will be to improve the functionality and visual character of the area, while also reducing potential environmental threats. So some of the key takeaways from our February workshop, I think, I won't say this is quite death by 1,000 cuts, but there's not a single overriding issue affecting the area, but it's a long list of problems that add up to some major headaches. The issues of traffic, you have a combination of lots of people traveling through the area, but also a lot of people turning into the various businesses within the corridor. And so that you have different uses, different types of uses between trucks and vehicles, and different destinations, all of which complicates the traffic issue. This is particularly magnified at the intersections where you have those different uses coming together. So what some of the key takeaways in terms of traffic, what people want to see is a balance of growth with the capacity of roads and intersections to accept further traffic, if any, but also to recognize, as we're designing those improvements or setting a capacity perhaps, to recognize that town facilities add to those traffic issues, and also that we should explore various design solutions before limiting future growth as an issue or a solution in itself. And Ray will talk more about the traffic at the end. In terms of environment, some of the key takeaways, obviously dirt, dust, and odor impact quality of life for people traveling through the district and people neighboring the district. And there's a concern both for those sort of quality of life issues, but also for public health threats, which might be associated with that dust and dirt. There's also a concern for pollution of ground, air, and soil. Part of this was related to the lack of adequate road buffers and street trees, so that there's not much of a a buffer around those industrial uses, either along the roadside or against neighboring residential areas to keep that dust and noise at bay. We heard a lot of people concerned about code enforcement. And then in talking with businesses as well as the town staff and attendees at the workshops, it's not a problem with an easy solution because there's a wide variety of irregular uses, the construction yards, truck parking, temporary storage, and all of that is not addressed very clearly in zoning. And it's not easy to enforce some of these issues, both because they're not easy to see, but also they're just not clearly spelled out in the zoning code and other regulations. Some of the opportunities that emerged from the workshop, I think everyone supports improvements to the roadway. Obviously, those have been ongoing. And also better landscaping along the roadway and around different uses. There's interest in considering a roundabout or other changes which could make intersection North Main Street work better. A lot of support for integrating pedestrian connections and trails and green space connections into the surrounding area. And then really, I think ultimately we want to plan for the cumulative impact of existing development, really take into account both existing development, the approved plans that are in the works, and then potential future growth. And then all of that, I think there's strong support for enhancing the scenic and historic character of the area, and really to maintain it as the heart of both the economy of the town and also the community life. So some of the things that we've been doing in terms of mapping and analysis, we're really trying to understand both what's going on the ground now and then what the future growth potential is going to be. So as you know, we've sort of mapped the area extensively. We've looked at aerial photographs, tried to understand what's going on today. And then this is what we call the build-out status map. And the future, or the purpose of this is not to say exactly what the future will be like, but to see if we consider all the existing development, we look at what parcels are available for redevelopment under the current zoning, what's likely to happen in the future if nature takes its course. So if you've developed all of these parcels to its fullest potential under the zoning, what would you get? So this was really a process of elimination. And what you see in the different colors is sort of different status of parcels under the build out. So we have subtracted the existing developed lots and the town-owned land, and that's in the bright purple or pink, and then the brown is the town-owned land. We looked at the recently approved and in-process permits, which are in red and purple, and these are projects that are either underway or have already been approved, so we know exactly how much development is likely to happen there. And then we looked at the land which is shown in yellow here, which is developable, but also primarily vacant or just partially developed. And this represents about 275 acres in 182 different parcels. Most of these are pretty small, all but 13 are less than 2 acres. And as you know, it's primarily the sandpit properties and the farms, which represent the largest parcels. So if we look at how this might be developed under the zoning, you see all those red dots represent residential units that could be built in the residential zones, about 100 to 110 new homes could be built under the current zoning, probably. There's also a proposal which the town is pursuing to build up to 60 affordable units on that long, narrow property at the sort of near the top of the screen off of 3 Mile Harbor Road. The commercial industrial build out, which is primarily the large sandpit properties, it's limited by existing uses. From our understanding, there's no interest in developing those properties currently. The sand mining and other uses are going to continue for the time being. So this is basically just a thought exercise to see what's possible. It's not a prediction. But they're also constrained by topography and access. And so what we've tried to do is on a like sort of an abstract 120-acre site, which would represent the bulk of those sand pit properties. The zoning currently allows 75% lot coverage. And we have to account for roads and access. And so just under the crude calculations of the zoning, you could have up to 1.75 million square feet of new development on that. It likely would be divided into 25 or 30 subdivision lots on a new road. And we've seen that various proposals. I think on the Wainscott gravel pit, there was a proposal to subdivide it. And this is commonly how, an owner or an engineer would approach it. So a subdivision road and then dividing off separate lots. Actual development, again, this is not proposed. No one is planning to build this right now. The ultimate development will be a result of market demand, if anybody actually wants to build more industrial or commercial facilities. It's a matter of economic facility as to whether it's worth it for someone to put in a subdivision road and split off lots. You have to deal with water and wastewater services and engineering constraints on the site. So it's unlikely that this would happen anytime soon, even if someone was planning to do it. But again, I want to make clear, this is not a plan that anyone has currently. We're just trying to see what's possible in the future. And then based on that, as you hear more from Lisa and Ray, we're trying to estimate, what are the environmental impacts of this development and what are the traffic impacts? And then what are the implications of that for the future plan? So now Lisa's going to talk a little bit about the environmental challenges and the analysis that we've been doing in that.
Okay, good morning. Is my speaker on? Can people hear me?
Yes.
Yes, welcome. Good morning.
Very nice to see you all. It's been a very long time, it seems like. So I'm going to talk about what happened about 12,000 years ago in order to bring us up to the current date.
Got a lot of ground to cover. So.
So we have a lot of time, right? I'll go over every year. So it's quite astounding how the natural history of the area is still very largely responsible for the land uses and the conditions that exist today. Approximately 12,000 years ago, the southern extent of the Wisconsin glaciation extended to the middle of Long Island. And this is obviously a map of Long Island, and I don't know if I have any pointer capacity here, but if you see, there are kind of two east-west lines, and the one that goes through the South Fork is the southern extent of the Wisconsin glaciation that extended through the middle of Long Island and actually through our study area. And the glacier left behind sand and gravel, and that's being mined today. And there's also a 6-mile-long glacial meltwater stream that formed 3 Mile Harbor, Tanbark Creek, and the low-lying area along North Main Street, heading into Hook Pond and extending down into the Atlantic Ocean. So all of these patterns, all of these formations that still affect what can be developed or what exists today, 3 Mile Harbor or Tanbark Creek, really those patterns, those conditions were set by the glacier 12,000 years ago. And it still affects, really in North Main Street, people have experienced problems with high groundwater conditions and septic systems that don't function because there isn't good depth to groundwater. So again, we go back to the glacier for that. And the soils too that came from that geology are predominantly excessively drained Carver Plymouth sands, which have the potential to shunt any surface contamination to the groundwater untreated. So if I could have the next slide. Good. Am I doing this or, oh, good, thanks.
I'm doing it, Lisa.
Thank you. So again, this is just a little background. There are 3 major aquifers on Long Island that supply the sole source of drinking water to almost 3 million people. And in descending order, it's the Upper Glacial, the Magathie Aquifer, and the Lloyd Aquifer. And the Upper Glacial is an unconfined aquifer, which means that it is recharged from the ground surface directly above the aquifer, and there are not barriers or impermeable layers separating it from the land surface. Therefore, it's the most vulnerable to contamination from human activities. And in East Hampton, the Lloyd Aquifer and portions of the Magathie are saline, and therefore drinking water is limited to the upper glacial in some areas, and the Magathie. And in our study area here, we have potable water in both the Magathie and the upper glacial aquifers. Now, the aquifers are recharged only from precipitation, and we've got about 45 inches of rainwater per year, and about half of that recharges into the groundwater. When it goes into the upper glacial aquifer, it moves mostly laterally towards the shores and a little bit vertically going into the deep groundwater recharge areas. And when you're in the deeper groundwater recharge area, the predominant movement is down. And so the area in our study area has both. It has a shallow recharge area, which is generally the area to the east of Springs Fireplace Road. And then to the west of Springs Fireplace Road, it's a deep recharge area. And so that shows like how the groundwater and anything recharging will move. And so that's, these conditions, therefore, are really kind of underscoring the importance and the nature of the aquifer. There's a shallow depth to groundwater situation. We've got sandy, permeable soils overlying it, and it's got vulnerability to contamination. And it's also important because some of it is in the deep groundwater area. Now, the major threats to groundwater resources in our town are nitrogen from sanitary disposal waste and fertilizer use, volatile organic chemicals from commercial, industrial, and consumer uses, pesticides, and pharmaceuticals and personal care treatments. And in this area, we are concerned about groundwater pollutants from leachates from the former landfill and from organic composting. And we also have mining, which has been identified as another potential source of groundwater pollution. And the town has been conducting groundwater monitoring at and surrounding the landfill for over 20 years, and we have access to that data. And as part of a separate effort, the county health department has commenced a private well water survey for most of the properties within this study area. But due to the global pandemic, we have not had access to the final test results from that investigation, although we've put in a request to get it, and we've been told maybe sometime in October they will get to it. But the health department obviously has other priorities right now, and the supervisor helped put in the request to get the information, but we're in line. There are also several properties and businesses within the study area that are under the jurisdiction of the Suffolk County Department of Health Services Article 12 regulations for the registration, construction, and storage of hazardous and toxic materials, including petroleum products. And again, due to COVID, we have been unable to obtain the list of properties and the storage materials that requested for that area. So after we get all of this available data, we're going to analyze it and draft some recommendations for the town board to consider to safeguard the ground and drinking water resources. Oh, one of the things I forgot to mention was that the town, I believe, is still working with FPM Group to develop legislation. And actually, you can help me about the status of that for groundwater monitoring regulations for mining sites and for composting sites. So that's going along independently, and we're going to kind of combine that and track that for this study too, as we do have composting and mining in the area. So that's where we are. Still kind of held up a little bit by COVID, but we've been able to put together a bunch of information.
Thank you.
All right. So next, Ray has some updates for us.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Peter. Just wanted to go over, first of all, some of the available traffic count data that we had access to when we started the study. And these are a group of 24-hour automatic traffic recorder counts that were taken by the Suffolk County Department of Public Works. So they count their own roads periodically every 3 or 4 years. these are the road tubes that you see across the road when you drive across them. And typically the counts are done for a weekend and a weekday or two on either side of that weekend period. So we have three sets of counts. The first are on North Main Street, which is also County Road 40 at that point, just north of Cedar Street. And those counts were taken in July of both 2016 and 2019. 3 Mile Harbor Road is the next set. That's also County Road 40. So County Road 40 runs up North Main onto 3 Mile Harbor. And it's just north of Morris Park Lane, which is, I believe, about a quarter mile north of the Springs Fireplace Road intersection. Those counts were taken in August of 15 and July of 19. The third set, Springs Fireplace Road, which is also County Road 41, just north of County Road 40, so just north of the intersection with 3 Mile Harbor Road. And those counts, again, were taken in 15. One was taken in July, one was taken in August, and then repeated again in July of 19. Next, please. Next slide.
Sorry.
Okay. So just to refresh, we had that second set of counts taken in the summer of 2019. So what was going on then? Well, the Long Island Railroad bridges over both North Main and Accabonac Road were under construction. So naturally, people familiar with conditions in the area were avoiding the area because they did not want to be subject to any construction delays. So we had a bit of a, aberration at that period of time, which would affect those counts in that area because of the traffic avoidance. In 2020, we have a situation where the good news is that the bridges had already been raised, so that construction was finished. However, the coronavirus or COVID-19 was affecting traffic volumes in the summer of 2020, as we know. And the reconstruction of County Road 41, Springs Fireplace Road, was underway. By the way, that is scheduled to be completed in this construction season. Next, please. So we were then tasked with forecasting for this study. Now, this is a planning study that's going to go out 20 years in the future. And we have what we call a short-term situation in 10 years, and then the ultimate in 20 years. And basically what we'll end up with in the study in terms of traffic is a wish list of improvements for roadways and other things affecting transportation, not just for motor vehicles, but also for pedestrians and bicycles as well. Historically, the New York Metropolitan Transportation Council, which is referred to as NMTC, they have a best practices model. This is a very sophisticated traffic modeling software, which has been used for a long period of time to predict traffic volumes. NMTC uses that model every time they develop a new plan for the future. The BPM, or best practices model, is used to forecast traffic volumes for Long Island, New York City, and the lower Hudson Valley, because NMTC is the regional transportation planning agency for this entire area. So NMTC then publishes a long-range transportation plan, and as I mentioned, it's motor vehicles, bikes, pedestrian, bus, and rail are considered. The current plan that's been adopted is for the year 2045. NMTC is now soliciting input for Plan 2050. So they've been actually reaching out and they've been holding public meetings. I think they've been webinars to get some public input for Plan 2050. There's currently no national guidance regarding traffic forecasting for transportation planning studies, which are underway, as well as design projects, which you would think are more critical. A design project might involve adding lanes, adding turning lanes, and trying to do future traffic volume forecasting at the present time is very difficult. So there's been a suspension in terms of projects as someone awaits some guidance in this area. Next, please. So for this particular study, which I mentioned as a planning study, so we're going to go out short term, which is 10 years, and longer term, which is 20 years, typical of a planning study, so that the improvements that we identify in the study can be ultimately applied for federal or state funding assistance. So this is a blueprint from which you can take certain measures that are identified for improvements and assign some funding to them in the future and actually apply for funding for those projects. Now, we know the coronavirus or COVID-19 is going to have some permanent effects. So the situation right now, we've got a lot of different things going on and variables that are input affecting traffic forecasting. We've got permanent relocation of some employees to work from home. So when the virus hit, people went home using computers to work from home. That situation will involve some permanent relocation where people will stay at home and work there. And then, as you well know, there's been an increase in the school population in the town, and a lot of it due to second homeowners physically relocating families here. So instead of renting, they're actually occupying those second homes. And this is a situation that's occurring throughout the East End. This is happening in Southampton, the town of Riverhead, and I would venture to think in the town of Southold as well. There's been a failure of some retail businesses that are not going to come back, unfortunately, due to the virus. So that's affecting uses that are common in the downtown areas. And offices may relocate from the downtown areas to save rent money. Probably an extreme situation or extreme case of this is New York City, where it's already been known that a lot of large companies who have a lot of very expensive office space are going to relocate to suburban areas and set up their offices there, with some people working from home. And autonomous vehicles are on the way. They're coming within the period that we're looking at for this study. So there's going to be some changes in terms of autonomous vehicles. A lot of it is in requiring less parking areas at major developments or wherever you have major parking, where you have a lot of drop-offs instead of the actual permanent parking for the day. Next, please. So taking all those considerations in mind, we developed a sort of a game plan to develop future traffic volumes for this study. So we looked at, and again, due to the many variables and the unknowns involved in this, our suggestion was to take the 2015 or 2016, because their summer counts were in those 2 years, and project that information from that traffic data to the future short and long-term years under this study, which are 2030, 10 years from now, 2040, 20 years from now, using NIMTIC's growth factors that they established in the currently adopted Plan 2045. So we thought we should roll back, since we have a lot of uncertainty. Even in 19, unfortunately, with the railroad work, the volumes were lower in the area, and we didn't want to use those because we knew people were rerouting around the area. NIMTIC's growth factors, in terms of the actual annual growth rate that they have in the Plan 2045 for local Suffolk County roadways in this area, is 0.71% per year. Now, that may not sound like a big number, it's less than 1% per year, but I should say that's the highest growth rate for all of Long Island. So, the fact that the location of the town of East Hampton was considered in developing this number. Over 20 years, so if you project that 0.71% out and run it through 20 years, it's a 14.2%. And what I'll say is normal traffic growth. So the traffic's going to grow normally at that rate throughout the year. We also needed to consider traffic volumes from future private developments, which have already been identified, and some of which are under construction. And we want to thank the town planning department for quickly providing that information. And those are the developments that are going to generate significant traffic. So if we have a development that's only going to generate, 1 or 2 cars in the peak traffic hour, we would tend to say that's normal growth. That's too small. But we have certain identified developments which we're going to look at more closely and actually add the traffic from those developments onto that normal growth that we've already mentioned. Now, these developments we've already started to look at and started to evaluate in terms of how much traffic do they generate based on their size and the land use involved, include the car wash proposed near the recycling center, the bus depot relocation near the recycling center. And in addition to those 2, there are 3 developments, each of which involves 4 lots. That's the Snyder development, which is on the west side of the Bistrian property, already partially developed, has 4 separate land uses that are involved. The DL Talmadge development, which is commercial, some of which is also under construction on the south side of the landfill, and the third being below the bridge, an industrial development south of the highway department, which involves 2 different land uses. So, and again, assigning the traffic from those developments, we use the Institute of Transportation Engineers, or ITE, published data. This data has just been updated this year for traffic generations for different land uses. And this is national information, which can also be used locally. And again, ITE is the national standard for use in developing or estimating future traffic volumes. And the last point to make here is that as we were developing these slides, DOT, being, as far as I know, the first state in the country to actually come out with traffic data collection guidance during the pandemic. And this is not only collection guidance, but also traffic forecasting guidance. They're the first state that I've seen on a national blog that actually came out with some direction for all of these projects. And their memo is dated August 11th. We contacted them and they agreed to share that, make it available for this project and other municipalities on Long Island, as well as to share it nationally. So we were able to send the information to ITE and they posted it so that other people in the country could look at it. And when I say it's consistent, the first option under that volume projection guideline that they have, or future traffic forecasting, is to take this is the first choice and the first preferred method of forecasting future traffic volumes, is to take counts that have been collected in the last 5 years. So you can go back 5 years and then project that information forward, similar to the way I just described in the first 2 bullets above. So what they're in effect doing is saying this methodology is the preferred way of forecasting future traffic volumes, and it's consistent with the plan we had developed. So it was good to get some concurrence from a major agency on how to provide this information. So while we haven't actually projected all these future traffic volumes in the area, because this is a very time-consuming and tedious method. So for each development in the area, we have to estimate the traffic, which isn't too difficult because we have that ITE information. But then we also have to send that traffic into and out of the area on the existing roadway system and through the intersections that we're concerned with, the major intersections. So it's a very time-consuming methodology. So what we'd like to do is get concurrence that our proposed methodology of doing this, in addition, reinforced by the fact that DOT has essentially endorsed it, is appropriate for this study.
So if I may, so originally this called for, we were going to be doing our traffic counts and we were going to decide when we were going to do them in 2020. with the major reconstruction of County Road 41, Springs Fireplace Road, the county is investing $7.6 million. And for those of us that travel those roads, we know that the work is underway and they're making very steady progress. And then layer on COVID on top of that, it didn't make sense for us to do a traffic study. When Ray went back and looked at the numbers, what we're suggesting is that we use the 2015, 2016 data and adjust it the 0.71% for each year moving forward. And then, as Ray said, and then bring in the other developments that are, in the planning process and what traffic they would bring. And before, Ray takes pen to paper, we wanted the town board to weigh in and make sure everybody was comfortable with that methodology, because we'd hate to come back, a few months from now and say, this is how we got our traffic, figures. And everyone said, oh, wait a minute, why did you use 2015 data? So we wanted to get everyone's buy-in before, Ray launched off in the next direction.
All right, so Ray, the 2015 study, that was done in July. Is that correct?
Yeah, July and August, depending on the location of 2015.
Yeah, I'm much more comfortable with the fact that it was done during our peak season, because I think, as was pointed out, during COVID, we've seen many of the summer homes, second homes being occupied much earlier in the season and likely to be occupied throughout the year. So I think having that peak occupancy as the baseline to start with is important. I think you probably agree with that, but we may be seeing that trend extend beyond just the summer season, at least for the coming year.
Yeah, and I also agree that it would be a waste of time, money, effort to do any type of traffic study right now. The amount of traffic that is leaking out of that area on a traditional route of 41 or 3 Mile Harbor onto other streets is tremendous. I could see using the 2015, then adding on the aggregate of whatever site plans come in as their traffic studies might come in, and then we can keep increasing there. And then maybe in a couple of years from now, we take whatever the county might come in, if they do it on every 3 or 4 years, as you mentioned, for their traffic studies. But this is not the year to try to say that this is going to be a atypical traffic season. It is not in my lifetime at all. So I would be fine using the 2015 currently right now, moving forward with the 0.71, specifically if they are looking at our area in the spotlight a little bit too, not just lumping us up with Medford or other locations. Seems like they understand our history of country roads out here, and how traffic is going to be not just moving but also increasing based on the use and the popularity.
At least short term, I think we'll also see fewer people taking public transportation. The Southport commuter rail service has been suspended, LIR, not as many people taking that. So we may actually see an uptick in number of vehicle trips and fewer riding public transportation, at least for the short term. So I could see why, all of those factors really could skew doing a study at this point, and we probably are better off going back to the earlier study and making those adjustments based on those numbers, accounting for percentage increase year over year. Any other comments or questions for the team?
So Jeff, Sylvia, you're good with us using the 2015, 2016 data to move ahead?
I don't really see any alternative here, and I've seen the growth factors used in other studies. So I think it's I just don't see that we have any other choice given the current conditions, and it seems like an adequate substitute under the circumstances.
Anybody else? Sylvia, are you good with the?
I am. Yes, thanks.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Well, thanks very much. We appreciate that work is still moving forward, even though for a while there, many of people's lives were turned upside down and things came to a complete stop, but onward and upward.
Yeah, the biggest holdup has been the county, right? Getting the traffic counts that Ray needed from the county, and Lisa now trying to get the information from the Department of, Health has been.
Yeah, I know that's
where our log jam's been.
Yeah, we did push to get that information released, and a lot of the door to door for the well survey study, a lot of that's been put on hold.
Right.
As you
Sure. Yeah.
the health department's been prioritizing their efforts, obviously, to address the COVID pandemic, and but things are slowly kind of returning to some new sense of normal. Thankfully, the numbers are still staying low. We'll hopefully have that continue. It's nice to see all of you well, even if we're doing it remotely. And thank you for your efforts on our behalf. We'll keep forging ahead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Thank you.
So I'm going to ask if there are any callers in between agenda items. We'll take calls from the public at this time. Do you have anybody on the line, Michael?
Yes, we do, Mr. Supervisor. I will unmute the first caller right now.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Hello, caller. You're live with the town board.
Hello.
And if you could kindly just lower the audio of your television or computer monitor in the background, please.
Okay, I've done it. My name is Bob Pine. Peter, thank you for putting on this great explanation, and also I wanted to thank the board for really what I think has been a yeoman's task in preparing the town and monitoring the COVID. Thank you all. To the consultants, I'm just interested in one. I hope that your recommendations will include certain zoning changes, or I should say ordinance changes, so that private owners of commercial properties will be obliged to clean up in front of the exits of their establishments onto Springs Fireplace Road. Right now the ordinance is very unclear, and it seems that trucks only have to clean up what falls off the top of the truck and not from the chassis. And as a result, there's an awful lot of dirt, mud, dust, etc. that is pulled out on the road, and I'm hoping that there will be a recommendation that the zoning be changed so that private commercial operators will have to clean up the dirt and the dust, etc. In some fashion. Also, I'm hoping that you will make a recommendation to have, in some fashion, Washington Street paved, because it is an absolute mess. And I also would like to know whether or not, what kind of curbing is to be put on the south side of Springs Fireplace Road. The curbing on the north side looks great, but on the south side it would appear that, I may have it reversed. I think I've got it reversed. The north side, I believe, has no curbing on it. The south side looks great. What is to be done on the north side? And that's all I have.
Thanks for taking the time to call us, Bob.
I can get back to Bob. We'll have someone take a look at the engineering plans. I know
it's actually east and west, not north and south.
Yeah.
Okay. Do we have any other callers on the line, Michael?
No, we do not.
Okay. In that case, we'll move on now to our next agenda item.
Thanks, Lisa and Ray.
Okay.
We appreciate all you do.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Michael, if you could bring in our outside counsel as well. I believe we have Eli Elba, Ms. Rothschild, and John Wagner. And we have John Nicky with us as well. So as a matter of background, I'm sure everyone's well aware that the town has been in negotiations with Deepwater Orsted for well over 2 years about community host benefits package. as well as cable transmission route and potential easements to allow for the cabling onshore of the offshore wind farm. That project has been undergoing review under Article 7 of the Public Service Commission. And there have been settlement discussions involving over 70 individual parties and organizations to try to discuss and finalize conditions that would be part of the PSC's Article 7 certification. In parallel, the town and board and town trustees have been actively engaged in negotiations over the terms of any host community benefit package. Initially, Deepwater Wind before Ørsted had offered a package which was significantly lower than what we've now negotiated. And we've had the assistance of outside counsel in addition to our own counsel, as well as the trustees having their own counsel. There have been numerous public meetings held by both the town board and the trustees over the ensuing years. And I believe we now are at a point where we have a final draft of the host community benefits package, which we would like to discuss and release to the public so that they can see what's been discussed and where we are right now, as well as the easement agreements. We're very, very close now. So without any further ado, I'd like to turn it over to you, John Nicky, and if you could introduce council.
Sure. John Wagner and Eli Elabot is both with us today, and they've been working on these agreements, I guess, since the beginning, quite a long time now. But essentially, the host community agreement, in a very summarized fashion, is basically an agreement between the town and the developer to allow them to providing certain benefits to us in exchange for our agreement to allow them a right of access over the trustee and town property to run their export cable from the wind turbines, which are 30 miles plus off of Montauk Point, to the Cove Hollow substation in East Hampton. And after the negotiations, there are several items of interest in the HCA, one of which are 2 milestone payments that are going to be made to the town and the trustees. Within 90 days of the execution of the agreement, there'll be a $500,000 payment, and then a second milestone payment within 90 days of their commencement of construction. In addition to those payments, there's an agreement that the developer is going to attempt to locate a suitable property in Montauk to be used by the turbine maintenance contractor, and provided they could obtain a property in Montauk at a reasonable, commercially reasonable term is the term that we've agreed upon. They will develop a site for the maintenance contractor to work out of, to take care of the turbines, and also provide a crew transfer location for the vessels that they use for their crews. There's also an agreement on the developer's part to employ a fisheries liaison to provide communications between the developer and the commercial fishing community. And I guess the biggest part of that agreement is that subsequent to the 2 milestone payments, and within 6 months after the improvements become commercially operational, there are annual payments, the first of which is an $870,000 payment, which is the first of 25 installments with a 2% escalator each year. And the total payments on that are about $27,866,000. I actually sent the summary around. It's at the end of the HCA agreement as Exhibit D. And plus, you can, adding in those 2 $500,000 payments brings it up to a little under $29 million total as far as payments to the town and the trustees. I think unless I missed something, if John and Eli, you want to add anything to that, please feel free.
Well, let me say this: the host community agreement is a freestanding document. It basically is between the company and the town, and also the trustees. They're all parties to that agreement, and John has summarized the terms of that agreement. The agreement incorporates specifically what are called project access agreements, which consist of two things. Number one, an easement agreement between the town and the company with regard to laying of the cable within the town-owned roadways between the Wainscott Beach and the substation. And there is also a separate agreement that the trustees have, which is they have their own land lease agreement that they have negotiated separately. Both of those agreements are actually incorporated in the host community agreement. So the contemplation is that all of these agreements will be finalized together, and they are mutually dependent on each other. And if you'd like, I can give you some summary of what the easement agreement itself provides. Just in a global fashion, the easement agreement provides for the granting of two separate easements in connection with the project. The first is what we call a transmission easement. That's really the primary easement that will allow them to install the cable facilities in the town roads, and basically allows them to continue to use the town roads for the maintenance and the placement of that cable until a period of 25 years after the commercial operation date for the project. I should say that that's the stated term. There are provisions in the easement agreement that allow for the term of the easement to terminate before that date in the event that, for example, any permits that were acquired by the company for the project are revoked. And also if the developer violates any of the terms and conditions of the HCA or the easement agreement itself. Now, the easement agreement includes a number of conditions for construction and operation of the cable beneath the easement area. These are set forth very extensively in a Schedule B to the agreement. And basically, what we have done is we've incorporated therein basically many of the concepts that have been included or will be included in the Article 7 certificate that will be issued for the project. We have taken those certificate conditions and we have adjusted them in a way that is to the interest of the town. We've also provided that the town essentially has independent enforcement authority over those conditions. And as I said earlier, if any of those conditions are violated, that can result in the easement terminating before its term. And it basically accelerates the termination of the easement. Just to give you an idea of some of the conditions that are in that Schedule B, we have very particular provisions regarding the time that the construction work can be done, the hours that it can be done, the noise restrictions that are applicable to all the work that's going to be done. We have provisions regarding the handling of hazardous waste, protection of wetlands, how dewatering will be conducted along the track of the easement and during construction. We also have provisions regarding protection of animal and plant life along the way. We have provisions regarding various decommissioning that will take place at the end of the term of the easement. In other words, the cable will need to be removed and how that's going to be done. We have provisions regarding how the property will be restored after the construction is complete. And if the restoration doesn't take place as specified, we have provisions for a performance bond that the town can use to perform that restoration work. That would typically involve, for example, making sure that all the trenches have been backfilled properly, the material has been suitably compacted so that the road surface can be restored and will not subside, and things of that measure. So I bring up all these things because they do provide, they are conditions of the easement. The town basically is in the driver's seat with regard to monitoring and enforcing those conditions. It's not just the Public Service Commission involved in that, as it is with the Article 7 certificate, but the town is directly enforcing those restrictions as the project takes place and as it's maintained over the years. If you have any specific questions about anything, I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Any questions from board members?
The one I have is when in reviewing the Schedule C, if you let me know when the time would take that to maybe to the superintendent of highways, because there's some situations there that we might want to get a pre-based information from them as far as where any of their leaching galleys might be, either for dewatering or other actions such as that. I'd just like to give him the chance to review that also.
Yeah, I mean, there are various provisions that require coordination with the superintendent of highway. I should mention something else too that I left out. I told you about the easement consists of two parts. One is a transmission easement. The other is what we call a temporary installation easement, which is a separate easement that exists only so long as the construction is taking place. It essentially terminates when the construction is done. And we expect that there will be coordination, and the agreement provides for coordination with the superintendent of highways as to, for example, the way that materials will be delivered by truck during the construction, the routes that will be chosen and the hours when those deliveries will take place. We also, with regard to the installation of vaults and whatnot for the actual cable construction, we have provisions. I wanted to mention this. We have provisions in there having to do with the anticipated minimum depth of installation of the cable. And there are some circumstances where these vaults will have to be put in. They're basically splicing vaults. They can go as deep as 16 to 20 feet below the ground surface. And we have very specific provisions regarding how that construction will be done. And we also provide for a methodology, which is not yet fully completed and negotiated, as to how the groundwater will be protected beneath the cable construction activities, including where those vaults are put. So I hope that answers your question, Councilman.
Yeah, it did. Thank you very much.
Tom, one of the questions that has been debated among board members in the past is whether or not we should enter into any agreements prior to the issuance of the certificate of Article 7 certificate by the PSC. And I just want to make it clear that throughout our negotiations, our intention has been that any agreements that the town enters into with Orsted would require that they get a certificate issued for the project. That full environmental review would have to take place prior to those certificates being issued, and that the agreements that we have with them are contingent upon successfully being issued that certificate. So I just want to make that point, and if you could just expound a little further on that particular issue.
Sure. The way the easement is structured at this point, it provides that although it takes effect immediately, the easement enjoyment by the grantee will not occur until all the permits have been issued by the Article 7 certificate, for example, from the PSC. Also, any authorizations required from the Federal Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, which governs all of the portion of the cable outside the New York state limits, running all the way out to the turbines off of Block Island. So all of those permits will have to be in place before they can actually exercise this easement, which means the construction of the easement. The document basically fixes the rights right now, but the rights will be enjoyed in the future when all of those things are obtained. And the other issue is that if any of those permits are subsequently revoked in any way, then the easement would terminate and all rights would revert to the town at that point. And it's very important to understand the host community agreement, as I said earlier, is intimately bound to the easement agreement and the trustees' land lease agreement. They mutually depend on each other. They refer to each other. There's even provisions in the host community agreement and the easement as to which terms supersede the other ones if there's any conflict between the documents. But the idea is that the host community agreement would be executed upfront, and there would be certain payments made upfront as part of that. And then there would be, the actual easement would be granted currently, but would not be enjoyed till some later date when all the other things are in place. And another thing I would mention is regard to the temporary access easement I mentioned, the construction easement, that is still the actual location of that is to be determined. The purpose of it, just so you know, is to allow for the construction activities possibly to occupy some area of the town's roadways outside of the actual transmission easement. The transmission easement itself, when all is said and done, is going to be along a 20-foot wide strip that will be actually finally delineated when they've completed their installation. The reason for that is that as they're installing the cable, they're going to encounter along the way conditions with the subsurface, and also they're probably going to encounter catch basins and other utilities that are already installed in the roads, which are going to have to either go above or below or around. And that means that they're not going to know the final installation location until they've completed all of this construction. But at the end of the day, they're going to have a 20-foot wide easement, which they will delineate to us by means of a survey that they must provide post-construction. So we know exactly where their 20-foot transmission easement is. The temporary easement I was talking about is for things such as staging of materials needed during construction, stockpiling of materials, parking of vehicles for people working on the project, pipes, conduits, vaults will have to be staged somewhere. And the exact locations of those staging areas have not yet been fully fleshed out. So when they are, that temporary easement does not take place until they actually coordinate with the highway superintendent and design final locations that are fully acceptable to and approved by the town and the superintendent of highway.
Thank you, John. And then also, just for the viewing public, if you could describe and discuss the settlement discussions, the nature of that, who might be involved, and the fact that the town will not be signing on to the settlement, that we are leaving our options open. If you could just put a finer point on that for the viewing public.
Yeah, there have been settlement discussions that have taken place over time with regard to the Article 7 certificate. I'm not at liberty due to confidentiality restrictions to discuss the nature of those discussions. Let's just say they've taken place over a long period of time. They eventually will result in a what we call a joint proposal, which is a proposal back to the Public Service Commission that these are these should be the conditions of the Article 7 permit. That ultimately, the Public Service Commission determines what is the final version of the certificate and the conditions therein.
So the participants can be anyone from an organization to individuals, and their involvement might be because they live along the route. They may have specific interests in promoting renewable energy, et cetera. So the parties can be quite diverse in nature. I just want to explain that part of the process to the public. This is an effort of the developer under the PSC Article 7 process to try and gain consensus over aspects of the certificate, correct?
That's correct. I mean, the certificate, well, just to give you a little background on the Article 7 process, the Article 7 certificate is issued by the Public Service Commission. It starts with input from the public. There were informational meetings, as you may recall, that were held with regard to the proposal. Basically, there's a procedure that involves everybody coming together. If they don't come together, there is a litigation track that can be followed before the Public Service Commission as an alternative to such litigation, which would be basically administrative hearings held before the Public Service Commission. There is you have the option of having settlement proceedings to try to resolve as many issues as you possibly can with as many interested parties as you can. And there has been a protracted process that has taken place with regard to that. As I say, I'm not at liberty to talk about the details of that. I can confirm that numerous interested parties were involved in that process and have been involved for many months.
Could I just add, John, this is Eli. Any and all individuals and groups that were interested in participating in those settlement discussions were invited. None was excluded. I can say that there have been all the state agencies with jurisdiction over this project are involved, including the State Department of Environmental Conservation, the State Department of Public Service, the State Department of Transportation, and State Department of State. So there's been very active participation by the relevant state agencies. And there are a number of individuals on both sides of the issues or all sides of the issues and groups that have been involved. And this settlement process, just so the public knows, it's not sort of a freewheeling free-for-all. It is overseen by an administrative law judge from the Public Service Commission, Judge Sayre, who serves as a settlement judge. So I just wanted to make those points.
So if particular parties are involved and there's certain aspects of the certificate that they feel are important, those are incorporated as part of the certificate, those individuals may choose to sign on that this issue is settled for them. If there are other outstanding issues which they don't think they've been resolved to their satisfaction and they don't want to sign on, they have the additional ability to, it's called litigating. Essentially, you're going before an administrative process and arguing your point, whatever it may be. And while the town has not agreed to sign off on the settlement conditions, we do intend to express through a memorializing resolution our support. But it was decided that we would have additional ability and flexibility to engage and be involved with the process going forward beyond our host community benefit agreement and the easement on the larger project. So I just wanted to try and make that point clear to the public that there have been multiple meetings with all sorts of parties that have been interested in this process. And while the settlement discussions are not open to the public as far as what's been discussed and agreed to during this time, any member of the public could have been involved in that process. And many people have been, either through organizations or as individuals.
That's correct, Mr. Supervisor.
I'd like to add a comment, if I can, and turn back to your original comment, Peter, which was that, although we're about to reach an agreement on a host community benefits and the easements, that it's going to be subject, to the final approval of the PSC. And I think that to some extent sidesteps the real issue in this case, and that's presented by the question of what do we do at this juncture. I think what it ignores is the fact that the host community agreement and the easements resolve the main issue of controversy in this case, and they substantially settle the most important part of the environmental review process, which it is, even though this is in in front of the Public Service Commission, it's very much the same as in any ordinary environmental review, and that is a discussion of alternatives. And so what we're doing by agreeing to this host community agreement and the easement is we are settling the critical question of whether Beach Lane is the right place to land this cable or not. That is effectively going to be a done deal in front of the PSC, because as a practical matter, they're not really, if the municipality comes in and says, hey, we have a host community agreement, we're getting almost $28 million, and we have an agreement all worked out on Beach Lane, that's a done deal. You've settled the most important issue. So my comment is that saying that the case will then proceed and has to get PSC approval doesn't really address the question of whether that's an appropriate thing to do at this stage. And I want to make two other comments. One is that the host community agreement, I was glad to hear council say that it's intimately bound with the easements, because I think it is. And I find that a little troublesome because that's a lot of money. And that has a lot of persuasive power in negotiations. And in my experience in planning here and in the town of Southampton and elsewhere, a process that permits a developer to come in and offer community development often has the effect of distorting the planning process and I think weakening the planning process. And I've seen it happen in the town of Southampton, where they had a process in place, a couple of different ways that developers could come in, and they would all do the same kind of negotiation. They'd offer firehouses and a school building and septic systems, and it resulted in overdevelopment, and eventually they were repealed. So my reaction to this is, nearly $28 million is a lot of persuasive power, and I don't like to see it mix in the early stages when we're supposed to be considering the environmental impacts and environmental alternatives. That's my second point. And my third point is, so I don't support entering into these agreements now. And my third point is, this is coming in front of the board with very little notice to the public. So I'm hoping that this is not the only discussion that we're going to have on this. Are we going to in some way do a better job of notifying the public? Is there a plan for a public hearing with much better notice? We are living also in the time of COVID, which makes it a little difficult. I don't think we're going to hear from anybody from the public today, since we got the agenda just today or yesterday. So that's my third question, is what are we going to do so that we have some real discussion over this?
So I just want to address some of what you said, Jeff, and I'll start with the last part first, the public notice. I've been mentioning that we're very close to an agreement for weeks now. I've been on television on Facts of Five and mentioned it several times. I've been here in town board meetings and mentioned that we're very close to put the public on notice that we would be, revealing and releasing these documents for the public to take a look at. This is that rollout, if you will, of those documents publicly. We'll certainly have another work session on it again next week. And again, we've had a great deal of discussion within the community about this project. And to your first point, that the most significant environmental issue would basically be resolved with the granting of easements and acceptance of a host community benefit. I completely disagree. I think that the greatest potential environmental impacts would be on the offshore portions of this project. And that's why the town board has decided to not sign off on the certificate. PSC does control out to 3 miles and BOEM beyond that, this project. And I don't think that we're planning on simply signing for the easements and the host community benefit agreement and then bailing out on the rest of the process. I don't think the planning process has been weakened at all. If anything, we've strengthened that process. We've been involved throughout the settlement discussions where all sorts of different potential aspects, impacts, whatnot have been discussed. And I think the result of that has been to really clarify for town board members the fact that the Wainscott landing site is in fact the most appropriate landing site for the terrestrial portion of the project. We're certainly not in the early stages. As you mentioned, this started over 5 years ago, really 6 years ago, when the town board accepted 100% renewable goal as something we really wanted to push forward with. LIPA put out an RFP in 2015. That's 5 years ago. We started speaking with Deepwater Wind after they were accepted for the RFP about potential land site. Now, there's certainly nothing early about the stages of this. We've been discussing these actual agreements for more than 2 years. So again, I think it's time to really put this particular aspect of the project to rest and reveal what we've discussed and come to consensus on as a town board with the developer, with the help of outside counsel, and informed also by the settlement discussions where many members of the public were participating. So that's where I see us right at this point, and I look forward to moving forward.
I want to add another comment here. Yes, it is. There are significant potential impacts out in the sea, but those are being dealt with on the federal level, and we have the least power or impact over it because we don't control that geographic terrain. The most important local impact is clearly the choice of the route. So I don't see that pointing to the fact that there are other environmental issues that are going to be tackled by federal agencies, in the oceans, in any way changes the point that we are pre-deciding the most significant local issue of local impact by saying it's going to be Beach Lane. Secondly, it doesn't change the enormous influence of $28 million as a part of the package, which I don't think can be denied, has a great deal of persuasive value. And regarding public input, I'm not sure that people, if there's anybody watching this show tonight today that knew about this, which is doubtful since we had almost no advance notice, almost all, in fact, I would say all of our discussions, all of our negotiations have been in private executive sessions, completely outside the hearing or knowledge of the public. And so the public, if they're watching by chance today, not only hasn't had time to read these documents, but they've had virtually no notice about this. It's an important issue. And I stand by my first position in this case, that we shouldn't be doing this kind of agreement before there is a full and fair environmental review, and saying that, well, we're going to decide this key issue, the most controversial issue, the most direct impacting issue, but it's going to be subject to a PSC approval. It's like, sure, but it's going to be a foregone conclusion because you've taken off the table any alternative. So I don't think this is a satisfactory process. I don't think it's good enough to claim that we've been working on something for 5 years. This is what we've come up with. The public's never seen it. It should be distributed. We should notice this for some kind of public.
We're here for it, Jeff. That's why we're having this discussion now, because we've discussed this and we've negotiated this confidentially among our outside counsel, our town attorney, and board members with the developer. And now we've come to an agreement and we're going to release it. That is the purpose of having this work session discussion.
I'm happy to hear it. And if you actually just let me finish, I'll be done.
May I please just finish?
Well, you interrupted me. I'd like to finish my comment. I was within about a sentence, Peter. It seems I can't get through anything without getting interrupted. I don't interrupt.
I thought you were done speaking. Please continue.
I'll be brief. I'm just saying, we should do something, given the fact that we've developed these agreements in private with no record in executive session, secrecy abounding. We should have some reasonable time frame to put them out, put them up on our website, and set a notice of public hearing and have real, authentic public comment coming in. Nobody knows anything about this, and we only had 1 day notice today.
Jeff, it's been on the work session agenda for more than 1 day, okay? First of all. Second of all, that is the purpose of this meeting, is to release it to the public. We're at that point now, and the public will have an opportunity to look at it, weigh in. I have to say that we've had a very large response from the general public saying not only do they support the project, but that they support the landing site that we're discussing as the best alternative for the entire town of East Hampton. So I know it's controversial within certain circles. Some people don't support it. That is always the case, whether it's a hospital emergency room. You might have somebody who disagrees with it. That is what it is. And, there is a long process that we've discussed this. It's not like the project just popped up on our radar yesterday. It really has been years, Jeff, and we've had numerous public meetings, and the public's been involved all along the way. So now we have the agreements, we can release them, the public can look at them. We'll certainly give enough time and enough exposure to them. I'm sure it will be all over the news. The press release will go out later today with the documents, and the public can weigh in. And we'll certainly listen to their comments. And I think actually we've had a number of callers calling in as we've been discussing this, and I'll take those calls as soon as the board is finished with their discussion.
Could I just jump in for a second on the issue of alternate routes? That is not resolved. The fact that the HCA may be close to resolution does not remove the issue from the Public Service Commission's consideration. So it is very much a live issue. And in fact, this Friday, the 11th, testimony is due in the case. And I have every expectation that there are parties that will file testimony stating their views about the appropriateness or not of the Beach Lane landing. So it's very much a live issue. In fact, the host community agreement and the easement are not even going to be filed with the Public Service Commission. So that's one point. It's still a live issue. Secondly, $29 million certainly is a lot of money, but I think it's important to keep in mind that the various state agencies who, after all, have lead responsibility in conducting the environmental review, the ones I mentioned before, the Department of Environmental Conservation, Department of Public Service, Department of State, are not getting a penny of that money. So I think that it's safe to assume that the state agencies are acting within their jurisdiction according to, and forming their opinions according to the facts, and they have no idea what's in the HCA, and they're not influenced by it.
I think they may be influenced by the municipality taking a position that Beach Lane is the route to take. And they're going to know that, and it's just as a matter of practicality, If the municipality comes in and says, we have a deal, it's Beach Lane, you can't tell me it's not going to affect the review. That doesn't make pragmatic sense.
I'm not saying it's not going to affect it, Councilman. I just think it's an important view, obviously, as the host community. It's not dispositive. It's not determinative. If there's something in the record that undermines Beach Lane as being the appropriate landing site, I think that would have come out. And I don't see any state agency or any citizens group as being reluctant to express a contrary view if they have a contrary view.
I just think that an agreement between the town and the developer is going to largely settle the issue. That's a matter of common sense. I've done a lot of environmental reviews. It's going to carry a huge amount of weight. And that's been my objection. I've said we should, I'm perfectly fine with considering it. I just said, let's go through, an objective, fair, thoughtful review and then make the decision. But
you have been very consistent in that, Jeff.
I'm going to rest my point, Peter.
And you've been extremely consistent in that view, and we appreciate that very much. Are there any other questions or comments that board members would like to make at this point?
I'd like to hear from the public if there are folks that are.
I just have two more, if you don't mind. It's just certain little points. One in HCA 3.3 is the recording of the project access agreements. Is there a certain time frame that we should add on to that? Typically, we might say 90 days. There is no time frame that was put in 3.3 as far as the recording of the access agreements. And if I could just ask of either John or Eli a little bit more information about during the decommissioning, the letters of credit, and how those numbers might be valued at a certain point, and how that process works.
Well, with regard to decommissioning, there is a mechanism in the provisions for providing a letter of credit. There's also a mechanism for determining the amount of a letter of credit and for periodically updating that amount as construction costs, et cetera, change over time. So we try to make sure that letter of credit will be kept current based upon current conditions, 5 or 10 years from now. And there's a mechanism to provide for that. I mean, it's a long-winded provision, but I think it covers the basis.
Okay, I thank you for that, because again, as we know about construction today is going to be potentially different than 25 years from now and the costs on that. So that's nice to know that it's going to be constantly looked at in those days time frame. Thank you very much for that, John.
You're welcome.
Any other questions or comments from board members? Okay, I believe we do have some callers in the queue. I don't know if they're calling about this topic of discussion or some other public comments, but Michael, I'd like to go to the callers at this time.
Yes, sir. I will unmute the first caller in queue right now.
Good morning, Town Board. This is David Buda. How are you?
Good afternoon, David.
I have a couple of preliminary basic questions, having listened to this discussion. And yes, the public received the agendas only yesterday, which is understandable considering the Labor Day holiday. I do think that if the town is considering entering into an easement agreement, that is certainly something that is subject to a requirement for a public hearing and a finalization of the documents before the public hearing. And if I understood your outside counsel, some aspects of the proposed easement agreement that's in draft form are not yet finalized. So when they do become final, I'm hoping and I trust that you understand, and I'm correct, that a public hearing is a necessity. And as far as a settlement agreement on the community community benefits agreement, I would think that likewise that the finalization of that document and the publication of it and the opportunity to review it would have to all occur before the town board votes on entering into that agreement or authorizing the
supervisor to sign that agreement on behalf of the town board. Those are my comments. I have a couple of quick questions. If I understood the discussion, the easements seem to have a finite duration. I think something like 25 years of operational use. If I heard that correctly, I assume that term, whereas most utility easements have a finite, infinite duration, I assume that there would be terms for renewal and extension, and I'm wondering whether the host community benefits would continue during the entire duration of the easement, however long that might be. And one last question, if it could be answered. There was no discussion about how this $29 million would be divided as between the town and the trustees, or how in any way it would be limited or dedicated to any particular uses by the town and or by the trustees. So if you could address any of those comments, I'd appreciate it.
I'll start with your last comment first, David. And there is a discussion amongst the trustees and the town board about allocating those payments, those annual payments. We have agreed that those initial milestone payments would be split 50-50 between the town trustees and the town board. This would cover the costs and then some of the outside counsel for both entities. And as far as the use of host community benefits, in my discussions, and I can't speak for the trustees, but in my discussions with them, I believe their intent is to use those funds specifically for environmental improvements over the lands and waters that they are responsible for. My personal opinion as to the town's portion is that those funds should be primarily used for the same environmental purposes, for encouraging and moving towards more energy efficient and renewable energy sources, and also the potential for other such projects that in fact benefit the community, protect public health, for instance. I don't want to see, and I would say a dedicated fund that puts restrictions and limits on the expenditures of those funds is prudent and appropriate. I don't want to see a future town board deciding to use host community benefit payments to balance a budget or offset a budget shortfall. They really should be earmarked, I think, for some specific purpose and guidelines. So, that's certainly going to be part of the ongoing discussions. Any other questions or comments, David?
Well, if you could just address the question of the duration and whether there'd be future additional host community benefits if and when the easements were continued in the future.
So my understanding of that is that if there's a renewal that, additional benefits could be a part of that agreement and accrue to the town. Again, the period is for 25 years at this point, and the community benefits reflect that. Any extension, I think, would include discussion of and negotiation over what those benefits might be. And correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay, and do you have a comment on whether or not a public hearing would be a necessity for at least the acceptance and issuance
my
of
understanding, David, is because of the nature of this, that any agreement that the town enters into in terms of an easement it would be subject to permissive referendum. Does not by statute require a public hearing. However, we certainly want to hear from the public. So in that regard, public hearing will certainly notice the public about the discussion, and we want to encourage input from the general public as well. And this is really the beginning of that process where we've discussed summarized those negotiations and the content of those agreements. We'll be releasing those to the public, where the public may read them for themselves and certainly can ask questions or make comments to the town board, either via email or at a future work session or meeting.
Well, I certainly would encourage you to consider the holding of a public hearing. I think there's enough interest in this topic that a referendum might very well come forward, and then you would be required months down the road to have a public hearing. If the referendum is successful, then you would have to have a referendum, not just a public hearing. I think it would be prudent to have the public hearing and forestall the possibility of a future public referendum being required.
Yeah, so as you said, permissive referendum, there's a process to force a referendum on the topic. There is no statutory requirement of a formal town board hearing on the topic. And again, I think whether you call it a formal hearing or not, the process would be very much the same, where the public would be put on notice and would be able to give their comments to the town board as they would in any public hearing. And we would obviously take those comments under consideration before authorizing or not authorizing the agreements.
Last comment, when do you think you might be able to release and publish and post the documents, the pertinent documents?
I would hope that we would be able to do that later today. I will certainly check back and make sure that we have those all ready to go. But
well, I think there's some documents that are not yet agreed upon by all the parties. Is that right, John?
That's correct.
Okay, so
let me just say that both documents, both the easement agreement and the HCA, the host community agreement, are very close to finalization. We're waiting word back from the council for the company as to whether the final changes are acceptable.
So as soon as we have those,
I look forward to reading them.
Released. Appreciate you taking the time to call us, David.
You're very welcome. Bye-bye.
Michael, do we have any other callers on the line?
Yes, we do. I'll unmute the next caller in queue right now.
Hello, town board. This is Bonnie Brady calling. I'm pulled over on the side of the road, so that tick, tick, tick are my emergency lights. And also, I just got shot up with Novocaine at the dentist, so you'll have to forgive me if I sound somewhat awry. I'd like to reiterate what Mr. Buddha had said, and I believe Mr. Bragman. I think we definitely need a public hearing of some variety. Obviously, Zoom can't take those kind of numbers, but something like Adobe Connect, which we do for fisheries meetings, it would be an easily accessible method to do so. I have been, as the Long Island Commercial Fishing Association, involved in the settlement hearings since the beginning. I'm familiar with most of the documents. However, this recent document I have not seen. I can state clearly, however, the Fisheries Advisory Board has not had a look at any of this, nor have there been any discussions with Fisheries Advisory Board over items like mitigation and compensation for survey work, construction, long-term sequelae, gear loss that have been fruitful. And so I definitely think that we need to have a public hearing. If you want to do a smaller public hearing with all the members of the Fisheries Advisory Board, that could be easily set up via freeconferencecall.com. But there are a lot of issues that not only have not been discussed within the Fisheries Advisory Board, but as far as any kind of settlement from the town that doesn't include those fishermen within those 3 miles that would be affected, I think that's jumping the gun. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bonnie. Just to be clear, we're not talking about anything other than the terrestrial portion of this project. So the easements would be the terrestrial portion. Doesn't directly affect the fishermen, and those mitigations and other aspects with fisheries will continue to be discussed and litigated.
Without spilling any proverbial beans, I think that those discussions, it would behoove the town to actually take a more active role on behalf of the town's fishermen, which to date, it's not exactly been that.
I wanted to just add a comment that there are, in my reading of the science, there are potential impacts to nearshore fishing stocks. There are definite fishing issues that are local, that deal with the areas right offshore that the cable would.
And that's why I said earlier, the town board was not planning on signing off on the settlement document, because we do think that there are other, and as I said earlier, other significant potential environmental impacts that need to be pursued. So that is to be continued. Do we have any other callers?
Well, I guess if I could just request, once those documents do come online, if they could be sent in a blast to all members of the Fisheries Advisory Committee, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Sure. We'll do, Bonnie. Thanks for taking the time to call in, and I hope when the Novocaine wears off, you're still feeling okay.
Thank you.
All right, take care. Do we have any other callers on the line, Michael?
Yes, we do, Mr. Supervisor. I'll be unmuting the next caller in queue right now.
Hi, it's Michael Hampton again from Wainscott.
Hi, Michael. I know here.
Hey, I was aware of today's discussion, and clearly Bonnie Brady was too. So there's some people who know about this, and I'm equally perplexed by the comment that this is early stages. I live in Wainscott. I've been living with this for years. There is no early stages about this. And I'm also a party to the settlement hearing, and of course we can't talk about details, but I can say that it is an exhaustive, detailed, methodical process. This is not something that's done in the dead of night. It is detailed. There's a lot of minutia. It's sometimes hard to sit through how detailed it is. And just my final comment to Mr. Bragman, at a Wainscott CAC meeting last year, when $8.5 million was the number put forth by Deepwater Wind, Eversource, Ørsted, you said, I want something like $25 million. Well, now we have $28 million. So I don't know why you're so concerned. Thank you very much.
I'd like to make a comment. It's not about the money. It's not about the money. It's about the environmental review. That's why I'm concerned. And the settlement, I've sat in on some of the settlement negotiations and agree with Michael's description of them. They're very, very detailed and kind of excruciatingly detailed. But that is not part of what we're talking about here. We're talking about two documents that are intimately related, that were hammered out completely in executive sessions, no records, no public input, no nothing. So the public has never seen it. My comment about money was just that it's silly to negotiate money before you know all about the project, and I thought that we would get more money, and that's proven to be true, but it's not about the money. It shouldn't be about how much money we're going to get. It should be about the environmental issues. I know that sounds impractical or unrealistic, but I really believe that. I think the money distorts the environmental review. It doesn't help us.
Thanks for calling, Michael. Be well.
Good day. Bye.
Mike, do we have any other callers on the line?
Yes, we do. We have 5 current callers in the queue. I'll unmute the next one at the moment. Hello, caller. You're live with the Town Board of East Hampton. Hello, caller. Are you there?
Yes, I'm sorry. I had you on mute as well. This is Michael Mahoney from Wainscott.
Hi,
and
Michael.
I wanted to... Hi, Peter. I wanted to also respond to a couple of things. I found out about this today, not yesterday, but, you know, that's when I found out about it. And I also strongly endorse what Jeff said earlier. The town signing off on these easements and granting of them and choosing Wainscott as the shortest terrestrial route certainly sends a message of their support for it. And I would challenge the town, and I mean this politely, of course, that the shortest terrestrial route is not Beach Lane. And I would ask if you have any studies that prove that Beach Lane is the shortest. And last, regarding the amount of money, it's $28.9 million. That's a lot of money, yes. This project is also going to result in the highest electricity costs for all of the ratepayers here. I would suggest strongly that all of that money, the money going to the trustees, the money going to the town, be set aside into a fund for those people that work here, that live here, whose incomes are below a certain threshold, like about 150,000 or something, I don't know, 100,000, to offset that much higher cost of electricity that's going to impact their family lives and their business lives. That also takes out the equation of what the town is going to be doing with that money, and that money is going to go back to the ratepayers to help them deal with the high cost of electricity that we're being obligated to. That's what I have to say about it.
Thank you for calling, Michael. Appreciate you taking the time. And again, you know,
You're welcome.
this is our first discussion about coming to the conclusion of developing these negotiations into an agreement, and we will be continuing to engage with the public, make sure the public has an ample opportunity to understand what we've negotiated and to garner comments. Do we have any other callers on the line?
Yes, we do. I'll unmute the next caller in queue right now. Hello, caller. You're live with the Town Board.
Hello?
Hi.
Hello?
Good afternoon. Who's calling, please?
Oh, Peter. Hello. Good morning. It's Carolyn Logan Gluck calling from Wainscott.
Hi, Carolyn. How are you?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear
I'm
you
just
fine.
fine, thank you. Happy to have been watching the work session this morning, and I have one question and one request. My question is, why does the town want to sign the HCA now?
Well, the question is, at what point do you actually proceed with the next steps of the project? And we want to proceed because we finally negotiated after 2 years an agreement which we have consensus of support on the board for. So that's why now. It's taken 2+ years.
Given that it's contingent on the PSC Article 7 certificate being granted, is there any advantage to waiting until that point in time?
You know, I don't really see that there is, and I didn't really think there was from the onset. And I know there's a difference of opinion that Mr. Bragman has felt that we should wait till all of the certificates are issued and everything before we even take up the issue. But as we know that if you don't work on things concurrently, that they drag out and take a tremendous amount of time. Similar to the Wainscott Green, which, you know, that was April of 2019 that we handed that off. And, you know, that's been chugging along. You know, I'm not sure why that work hasn't been completed, but, you know, if things were done concurrently, like researching the funding line while the prices were going out for construction, then we'd be a lot further along than we are now. So, you know, I just think for expediency's sake that this doesn't take a decade instead of just 6 years, we decided that we would enter in negotiations. Deepwater came forward with an offer for host community benefits. Their offer we felt was short of the mark, and we thought it would be prudent to continue those negotiations and try to reach something that we felt was much more equitable to the town and in favor of the town. And I think we've gotten to that point now. So that's why now, Carolyn.
Do you think that the applicant would withdraw from this HCA if you were to wait until the PSC certificate were granted?
No, I don't think so. But, you know, honestly, again, I think I've explained why now. I don't think
so
the applicant can. I'm sorry, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, please, I had trouble with my phone reception. Please go ahead.
I was just going to say that you know, I think the applicant is committed to seeing the project through. You know, they've signed an agreement with PSEG LIPA to provide clean renewable energy to over 70,000 homes, and you know, this is a very long and drawn out and extensive process. As the councilman pointed out, those settlement negotiations go through the most minute aspects of the project. And, you know, I think why now is because that's the state we're at. You know, we've gotten to a point where consensus of the board is comfortable with the agreements that we've negotiated. And that's why we're making that known publicly, so that the public will now have an opportunity to look at what we've negotiated and weigh in and give us comment.
Forgive my ignorance, but isn't that what the memorial resolution did?
It didn't actually craft the agreements. No, we just said that we favored it. The majority of the town board favored this project, and we still do.
Understood. My request is that there is an opportunity for a public hearing. It would be very meaningful and important for many people, not just residents of Wainscott, to have the opportunity to take a close look at these agreements, all parts of them. So whether it's this afternoon or soon, I hope they'll be made public and that there will be ample opportunity for people to review them and craft their questions and comments, and ample notice given for the point in time and under what circumstances those public comments can be shared with you.
Absolutely. You know, we think it's really important for the public to understand what's been discussed and negotiated, and to, again, weigh in and let us know what their comments are, whether they support it or not, if they think things should be changed or not. And we look forward to the opportunity for the public to have a better understanding of this and to let us know what they think, because we represent the public.
Terrific. Well, that's wonderful to hear, and I look forward to a continuing conversation about this then.
Thanks so much for taking the time to call us today, Carolyn.
Thank you, Peter. All the best.
Do we have any other callers on the line, Michael?
Yes, we do. I'll be unmuting the next caller in queue right now. Hello, caller. You're live with the Town Board of East Hampton. Hello, caller. Are you there? Hearing nothing. Mr. Supervisor, if you'd like, I'll move on to the next caller in queue.
Okay, please.
Mr. Supervisor, this is Cy Kinsella speaking. How are you this morning?
I'm well, Cy. How are you?
Very well, thank you. I have a few questions with regarding the host community agreement. It was mentioned earlier on that the vaults will be installed as deep as 16 to 20 feet below the ground surface. In many instances, that will be mean that the vaults will be installed partially in the water table. But it hasn't been decided yet how to protect groundwater in the agreement. It hasn't been specified. When will that be decided?
So, Sly, I'm sure you're aware that we engaged Fanning Phillips and Molinar engineers and water quality specialists, hydrologists, to review the transport route and to advise us as to any potential environmental concerns and how they might be dealt with. So that work has been ongoing, and I don't know if John Wagner, you have any more information you can share about any of that at this time or not.
Yeah, that is the one issue that remains to be finalized. We've had extensive discussions with the company in coordination with Fanning Phillips and Molinar as to how groundwater protections will be achieved, and especially during the dewatering processes that may take place when anything is being installed in the groundwater. So we have, I think we have a very workable protocol that we've come up with, which, basically the language is done. It just has to be signed off on by the company in agreement with us. And there is a mechanism there. And when the documents are circulated, everybody will have a chance to see that.
So do we have a time frame for that?
It could be any moment now. We're literally that close. I think it's the last remaining issue.
Seriously, this is an important issue. Will this be agreed to in the next few days before, I'm assuming that you are agreeing or putting forward the HCA so that you can submit it to the Public Service Commission before the deadline for testimony this week. Is that the town board's intention?
No, it's not actually, and I'd say that I can't tell you when that agreement will be complete because we've sent that language to the developer, and it's up to them now to respond. So it's really in their court. It could be momentarily, or it could be days, it could be weeks. I don't honestly know, and there's no way that I can drive that along. That's beyond my control.
Can you confirm one way or another as to whether any form of the ACH will be filed with the Public Service Commission as testimony?
I don't think we're going to get that done this week. We're going to have a public meeting and take public comments on it. We're in the process of discussing releasing it for the public to look at and review and comment on. So it's not driven by any other process.
No. Will a draft be submitted to Public Service Commission?
I don't know what the point
form of this document from draft
sorry.
or otherwise be submitted.
I don't see the point of submitting a draft.
So is that no, it will not be submitted, or yes, or you are undecided?
Yeah, if we plan to submit a draft. No, I don't have any plans to submit a draft. I'd rather submit, well, when we say draft, I'd like to submit the final document for review by the public. I don't want a tentative draft. That's why we've been in discussion 2 years to get to a point where we're in consensus over a document.
I assume it's going to go to the Public Service Commission. Is that correct?
At some point it probably will. That's not my primary focus or concern at this point.
I just wanted to add a quick comment that this discussion of protecting groundwater is precisely the kind of environmental issue that should be examined thoroughly in a thoughtful, deliberative process that is an administrative hearing. That's how we resolve these environmental issues, not by private deal between two interested parties. And that's part of my objection.
Thanks, Jeff. And again, we have engaged environmental engineers and hydrologists to help advise us directly so that we, as at least a baseline, know what we would want in our agreements. And then beyond that, the PSC will be looking at these same issues And if they decide that, it needs something more, then the agreement we have is, again, conditioned upon the PSC authorizing the certificate. So, I mean, if anything, we're being doubly careful here, because not only are we taking the track to investigate this, but it will also be then investigated by other authorities, the DEC and everybody else who's in that 20 plus agency list of review.
I don't accept that characterization that you're being doubly careful.
Well, you don't, Jeff, you don't have to accept any characterization that I give you. And frankly, you rarely do. So it is what it is. And at this point, I'm sorry, before you fall since shouting over me again and interrupting me, let's just move on and see if there's another caller. Si, I appreciate you taking the time to call us.
Peter, I haven't finished. Peter, I haven't finished my questions. I think it's important that we know whether you are going to submit this as testimony, because if you are going to submit it as testimony before the deadline this week, it is only right that the public or the interveners get an opportunity to read the document before you submit it. I'm not objecting to you submitting the document, but the interveners and other parties deserve to read it before and have an opportunity to comment on. Don't interrupt me, please, Mr. Supervisor, before you submit it. The other questions I have is that this is probably the single largest capital works project undertaken in the town of East Hampton in its history. It's a project valued at $2.1 billion. This is not a Mickey Mouse project. This is a serious project with serious implications and serious infrastructure and serious potential impacts on the environment. And to have a discussion of this nature, whereby it is put on the agenda just before, it goes against the whole idea of transparency in open government. I believe that the issues need to be discussed, need to be brought into the public domain, and there needs to be a public hearing on both sides. I know many people will agree to this. In principle, I agreed with the principle of offshore wind. I do not agree with this project because it is 2 to 3 times more expensive than the same offshore wind power that we can get up island. It doesn't meet the demands that we need out here on Eastern Long Island for electricity, which is peak demand during the summer, and it doesn't give us redundancy in case of storm.
I'm going to have to interrupt you for a moment. I want to know if you have any other questions of the board, and then I want to move on to the next caller.
Okay. Can you confirm that the town board will have a public hearing on this or not?
When you say public hearing, there will be an opportunity for the public to comment on this document.
But it won't be a formal public hearing where there is 30 days notice.
Again, the structure does not require a public hearing per se, but in fact, opportunity for the public to comment directly about the agreement will be made available on several occasions, beginning with our next work session on next Tuesday. Again, when you talk about transparency and then only just notifying the public we were going to have this discussion, we're not making any decisions. This is an opportunity for us to make available the information that you feel is so important and that we feel is so important, that the public have this opportunity to review the documents that we've negotiated and comment on them. So again, I thank you for taking the time to call us and give us your questions and comments. Be well.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor.
Michael, do we have any other callers on the line?
We do have one more caller, and I will be unmuting that caller right now.
Hello?
Hi, good afternoon.
Am I on?
You're on the line.
Hi, this is Francesca Rhiannon. And while I'm a member of the East Hampton Energy Sustainability Advisory Committee, I'm not speaking as, a representative of that.
what I am speaking of is, it seems to me, I've been listening to this whole discussion, and by the way, this is not the early stages either. I've been listening to the same arguments about environmental issues. I mean, there's always one more thing that comes up against offshore wind. And that's been going on for the last 4 years in my experience. I just want to say, it sounds like the 5 men and the elephant. The elephant in the room that we're really not looking at is the overwhelming threat, the existential threat of climate change. Climate change is going to destroy our fisheries, Bonnie Brady. Climate change is going to cause saltwater intrusion in our drinking water, which is going to affect our ability to live here. Climate change is going to affect our property values. It's going to mean we won't be able to get insurance. It is going to mean such tremendous costs to us. Jeff Bragman, costs, or whoever it was who said that our costs were going to go up. It wasn't Jeff. The extra cost we pay for the offshore wind farm is about $1.15 a month. I think most people can afford that. But the cost that we are paying and will pay, if we do not get offshore wind going, and this is the first major project for offshore wind in New York State, if we do not get this going yesterday, we will not survive this. So let's just focus on the most important thing, and that is the survivability of ourselves, our planet, and succeeding generations. It's time to move on this. We've got, 3 times as much money in community benefits as we did in the beginning, and that's great. And maybe some of the opposition to it got us there. But the opposition has also meant that this has dragged on and dragged on and dragged on for years, and every single time that one thing is solved, something else is brought up by those who are opposed to this. Let me also point out that we have a new climate law in New York State which mandates 100% renewable energy by 2035. We are not going to get there without offshore wind, unless you want to maybe start investing in a huge number of new nuclear plants, which will cost a lot more money. So this is the deal. We are not going to solarize our way out of this. Solar is great, but it's not going to do what we need. Onshore wind is going to have many, many more objections to it than offshore wind, and is not really practical. We can do this. We need to do this. And please, please, move this process forward. Oh, and by the way, this is the most environmentally friendly thing that we can do for our community. Thank you.
Thank you for the time to call us, Francesca. Michael, do we have any other callers on the line?
We do not have any more callers on the line at this time.
Well, let me just say that now, after having 8 callers on this subject, I think the notion that the public's not aware of us having this work session has been pretty much cast out. Certainly those who have been following this closely know all about it, and will certainly give an opportunity to broaden that reach within the public so that they can understand where we are and the next steps, and they can weigh in on that questioning or commenting on what we've come up with. So at this point, we have no other callers. Are there any other questions to ask of outside counsel or Judge Olnicki regarding this? If not, we'll move on to the next agenda item.
I have none currently.
Let's move on to the next agenda item, which would be the hospital ER secret review. And if you could bring in, I think we have Joanne Powell, Elizabeth Bale, and do we have Eric Shantz also?
Yes, he's joining now.
Come on, Paul, and Eric will walk us through the EAF forms for review. We've subsequently received, after our last work session agenda discussion of this topic, We have received the formal report from the archaeologists who did the archaeological survey at the location, the proposed location of the satellite ER. And we've also received the updated traffic studies. And so we have all the remaining documents that we were waiting on prior to our SEQRA review. And Eric, you want to walk us through?
Sure. So this is, I guess, a continuation of the discussion the board had last Tuesday, September 1st, in which, the board went over various aspects of the project. Myself and the applicant's representatives gave a presentation. The applicant's representatives give a presentation of what the project is, the details of it. The architect gave a walkthrough of drawings. I provided my analysis of it that was also presented to the planning board, who has reviewed this and made comments. We really centered that conversation on two major aspects of the project, which was the traffic as well as the archaeology. As Peter said, the result of that discussion, the applicant's attorney said that an updated traffic study, which included references to the points that I had outlined for the planning board, updating the trip generation based on the actual size of the proposed facility, updating the figures for 2022 instead of 2018, because the original traffic study was a little bit dated. That has been submitted. And then the archaeological work was conducted actually the day before that September 1st meeting. And we have received just recently a phase 1 report from the archaeologist. It verifies what we had known before based upon what we observed in the field from when they did the field inspection, that they did not find any archaeological artifacts. Certainly to go along with that, no burial sites, which was the major concern here, given the proximity of those roughly 500 feet to the east that were previously investigated and the bodies exhumed over a century ago. So those two major issues appear complete. I have prepared the EAF Part 2 and 3. Which the board should have. Basically, just to give you a background, within EAF Part 2, there's a list of questions of whether or not the project will have an impact on things such as land, human health, historic and archaeological resources. Based upon the board's consensus, as well as the planning department's analysis, we have filled out this document. And basically, this would be the opportunity for the board to ask me questions about anything that I have written in here. Again, this is a document that is for the planning board. Obviously, I have prepared this, not writing anything that I disagree with. It does involve a bit of analysis, but ultimately, this is the planning board's document as the lead agency. So you should review this and make sure that you are confident that everything in here reflects your consensus and your opinions of this project.
Eric, this is the second time you've mentioned the planning board as the lead agency.
I'm sorry, town board.
Thank you. Has the planning board been notified? Has the planning board gotten this your EAF Part 2? Have we obtained any comment from the planning board on the site plan application that was submitted to them?
Not directly, but the planning board, after they review an application, puts out a post-meeting memo and elaborates the points of additional information that they might want. As I summarized, most of the things that they asked for were more details on the potential future road connection to the helipad is one, more details on the landscaping plan, more details on the lighting plan. The major issues were with regard to the archaeology and requesting the updated traffic study. Originally you had said, had they reviewed the EAF? No, they have not. The EAF would be sent to them if adopted by the town board
Do you think we should get comments from the planning board? The application was submitted to the planning board. They have the broadest jurisdiction to make decisions here. And you haven't even circulated the EAF Part 2 to the planning board. Don't you think we should get comments from them?
Eric, won't the planning board be reviewing this project as part of site plan?
Absolutely. The planning board has had an initial review, and like I say, they gave their initial comments. However, they are still responsible to make sure that all the planning elements are satisfactory, and that ultimately that the project can meet their site plan standards as well as their special permit standards. I don't know that it's not.
So we're going to make a declaration under the State Environmental Quality Review Act that there are no impacts. That's what that EAF is leading to. And then we're going to give it to, excuse me, Peter.
I'm not talking.
Please don't interrupt.
That was Eric. I'm sorry.
That was me. Sorry.
I'm sorry. You lit up. You lit up. I'm sorry. My apologies, Eric. So we're gonna prepare a document that it looks like it's aiming toward a conclusion. No environmental impacts. No potential serious environmental impacts. Then we're going to give it to the planning board to see if it complies with special permit conditions and site plan conditions. Doesn't that sound backwards to you?
I don't think so, because I think that, it is beneficial to have the planning board at least have an initial review, which they have done. And really the distinction here is whether or not the project presents a potential for a significant adverse impact. Obviously, any project is going to have environmental impacts. The planning board, through the planning process, will work to mitigate any of those, those issues and potential negative impacts. I do think that you have ample information at this time as a lead agency to say whether or not there's a potential for any significant adverse impacts. And as I stated on September 1st and reiterated earlier just here, I think that really the main issues came down to the archaeology, whether or not there were going to be artifacts or, in a more important sense, burial sites on this at this location because of what we know of the proximity of the burial site to the east. That has been demonstrated through field work and through an archaeologist's report to not be the case. And then I think the other major issue was the traffic. And,
so let me get this straight. We got you must be a speed reader because I just got the traffic report this morning.
Yeah,
you've read it and digested it and can say that you're convinced that it's not a problem. Is that
they're actually saying that it's less, this edition number 10 is going to be less traffic than edition number 9, which they did because it's a decrease in size from 32,000 square feet to 23,000 square feet in the trip data. That's what
that doesn't answer my question. The fact but it's not
third, if not fourth iteration of the traffic study, and I did frankly get to read it this morning. And the conclusions were that, in fact, it's not going to have any impact on traffic on the highway. In fact, it reduces the traffic on the highway because it will be receiving all of that traffic that would normally travel through town to get to Southampton. So not only does it relieve it within the town, but it relieves it in Southampton town as well. And that the only significant concern would be really making a left turn from Panago Place onto the highway. And they referred to the amount of time that one would have to wait. And depending on time of day, it was rated a B, which would be, I think, something like 10 seconds or so. And then the worst part of the traffic, it could take between 35 seconds and 50 seconds or 55 seconds to make the left turn. Certainly, as you know, Jeff, in our discussions about a roundabout at Stevenhans Path, that you could wait there for several minutes. So, I don't think sacrificing having a little bit of additional wait time to make a left turn on the highway, because there are actually other options. Everybody could make a right and then go down and make a left at the light and go east, or make a right at the light and go east. There are other alternative routes. I think at this point, that really the traffic will not be significantly impacted. The study took into account the fact that the size of this building has been reduced to a bare minimum in order to meet the requirements of the state for the satellite ER, 911 receiving location. And just for context, I think it's important to talk about SECRA. This is what the town board is really looking at is a rezoning request for this property. And as you often say, it's important to do the SECRA review as early in the process as possible. And this is really the earliest point. As far as the development of the site plan, the planning board will in fact be reviewing this application for all the components of a site plan. And they'll have an opportunity to mitigate any potential impacts they see, whether it be in the landscaping, which I think they had questions about, and the traffic study and archaeological is, as far as I'm concerned, settled based on the reports.
Can I ask?
You are a really speedy reader, Peter. You're a really speedy
Jeff,
reader.
I take great pride in working hard at this job. Kathy, you want to make a comment?
I do. And, I can appreciate it's always challenging to have a work session after a 3-day weekend, particularly one that was as glorious as this past weekend was. And I just want to thank you, Eric, for preparing this. In the EAF Part 3, the second to last page, you put an excerpt from the Dunn Engineering traffic impact study. Could you just go through what you listed, the bullet points, as far as where you put the updated summary and conclusions now that the project has been scaled down?
Sure. So these are, if not exactly verbatim, I tried to quote the study summary and conclusions as closely as possible. So they said the traffic the site is generating is already existing on the road system of the town of East Hampton, but this traffic is currently traveling to Southampton Hospital in order for patients to receive services. So they're pointing out that the people that are going to this destination are currently going to Southampton Hospital, so they're not seeing really, if anything, a significant increase in vehicular trips being generated by this site coming into existence. The second bullet point I noted here, vehicle miles traveled in the town of East Hampton will be reduced as no patient will be required to drive all the way to Southampton Hospital. So that speaks for itself. Obviously, they're saying that this is cutting travel time for people that need those services. Next, emergency vehicle response times will, from the pickup of a patient to arrival at a hospital emergency room will decrease. Again, speaks for itself. Volunteer ambulance personnel will be able to get back into service quicker, saving more than an hour to Southampton Hospital and back. One of our employees in the department is a first responder who lives in Montauk, and has mentioned that the amount of time when they go on a call to get to Southampton Hospital and then back to Montauk is really quite difficult. So that is something that I know, at least from personal experience, is true, at least from their secondhand from their personal experience. The next point noted here is the impact of the site traffic is primarily an increase in delay for traffic exiting Pantico Place onto Montauk Highway. Peter just spoke about that. Next, traffic volumes for through traffic on Montauk Highway will be unimpeded by the addition of site-generated traffic from the project. I think that that's a very major point. The worry here being that the generated site traffic is going to have a significant impact on the traffic conditions of Montauk Highway, which, as we all know, are currently not very good. It's, obviously Montauk Highway being the main road in town, there's a lot of congestion. There is backup to this location from the light at Collins, I guess you'd call that, not Collins, but you know what I mean, the light over by CVS there.
Can you repeat that? Can you repeat that sentence?
Yeah, sorry.
Eric, can you repeat the first sentence that you just spent a lot of time explaining it? I didn't catch the very first sentence where you stated the issue.
For this bullet point here?
Yeah, this bullet point. You're
Okay.
saying that it's not going to affect the traffic on Montauk Highway, I think, but I want to
Well, I'm not saying that. I'm quoting the traffic study.
saying it's not going to affect it.
Yes, it's saying
Because there's
traffic.
so
I'm sorry.
Go on.
Yeah. Traffic volumes for through traffic on Montauk Highway will be unimpeded by the addition of site-generated traffic from the project.
In other words, the volume of traffic on Montauk Highway in this stretch will be unaffected by vehicles coming and going.
Mm-hmm.
And the final point, Kathy had asked me to mention the bullet points from the summary and conclusions. Signalized intersection capacity analysis of the intersection of Montauk Highway and Panago Place indicate that a signal would operate with good levels of service under the 2022 build scenario. They sort of, in the terms they used here, pulled back from the direct recommendation of a traffic signal that was in the 2016 traffic study, the original one. And then in this update said that, basically said it would be beneficial, that it would be something that would help, that might help to mitigate, again, really the negative impact of the facility on turning movements off of Panago Place onto Montauk Highway, that having a traffic light there, particularly for a left-hand turn from Panago Place onto Montauk Highway would help decrease the wait time for that turning movement. So they reiterated that point, and that's the last. I hit the main points there. Obviously, the board should read the entire summary and conclusion, but that really is almost all of what they said in that final paragraph of their study.
Thank you.
I have some questions.
Can Eric go through the entire EAF with the board? That should really be done as well. I just wanted to point that out. He was going to do that, and you started with questions right away. I just didn't know the process.
Yeah, I mean, whatever you want me to do.
I think the public would want to hear you take us
I
through
think it's
EAF
important to
part
touch
2.
on, because there's been some discussion about environmental impacts and doing appropriate secret review and taking a hard look, because some have felt, or one has felt, that we haven't. I think we need to go through each item and talk about, because it talks about beginning with impacts on land. The proposed action may involve construction on or physical alteration of land surface of the proposed site. Is a proposed action may involve construction of the land where water depth is less than 3 feet. No, I mean, there's a whole series of questions here. I think it's important to go through them and let's decide whether or not we agree with the way the form's prepared, or if there's anything we want to change or add.
Okay, so there are, just to get this clear, I forget the exact number, 18 questions that encompass the EAF Part 3, the full EAF Part 3. There is a short form. I use the full form. As Peter said, the first is impact on land. There are a number of sub-questions as to whether or not no or small impact may occur, or moderate to large impact may occur. I checked the box for no or small impact. Obviously, the main question is, will the proposed action involve construction on or physical alteration of the land surface of the proposed site? Obviously, yes, it will. It's a new building, a new facility. So basically, wherever we say yes, though, there's supposed to be an explanation of that aspect of the project, why we said yes. Again, this will be a physical alteration of the site. However, I did note in the attachment, the wording, the body of the responses for Part 3 of the EAF, that again, as a reminder, I should have said this at the top, this project does involve a zone change request to CI, commercial industrial zoning. Under that zoning, there is a maximum allowable total lot coverage of 75%. On the site, the applicants are proposing 53% total lot coverage, so they're well below that maximum. So they're not proposing to develop this site in terms of total lot coverage out to the maximum that would be allowed under the zoning that they're requesting. They have submitted a comprehensive site erosion and sediment control plan for to outline what's going to occur during construction, to make sure that stormwater and sediment and erosion are contained on site. And I actually wasn't sure whether or not to put this last part under groundwater, but I did note that the project does include rain gardens, which should help facilitate recharge of stormwater runoff. So that was really the response to impact on land. Obviously, you can't answer that question no, because there's a physical alteration of the land, but I don't see that under this proposal that there's any significant adverse impacts to development of this property.
What was your answer here on construction on land with depth to groundwater of less than 3 feet?
The depth of groundwater is not less than 3 feet. So, yeah, so no.
Oh, okay. So that's a no. Okay.
No.
Yeah, for all of those, many, as you point out, many of those questions are not a matter of opinion. Slopes of 15% or greater, bedrock, 1,000 tons of natural materials. So those are concrete answers, and all of those were no,
okay,
because it doesn't meet those thresholds.
All right.
So I guess moving on. Question number 2 is impact on geological features. There are no noted unique geological features on the site. Impacts on surface water. There is no surface water within about 500 feet of the site. There is a small pocket wetland near the Water Authority Tower, but that's outside of NRSP jurisdiction. So then number 4 is impact on groundwater. The proposed action may result in new or additional use of groundwater, or may have the potential to introduce contaminants to groundwater or an aquifer. Now, they're not in any special groundwater protection areas at this site. However, as I just mentioned, this is in close proximity to a water authority site. They are an involved agency. Referral has been sent to them. Ultimately, their approval of the project will be required. The same goes for the county health department. There's a new sanitary system that's proposed. That will be a low nitrogen innovative alternative system, according to the plans. The health department requires a minimum horizontal separation of 200 feet between a leaching structure and a public well. Obviously, there is a public well on the water authority property to the east. They are outside of that. However, again, this is going to require approval of the Water Authority and the Health Department, and provided that approval is granted by the Planning Board and all involved town agencies, obviously the Town Board for the zone change, those approvals, the Water Authority approval, the Health Department approval, among others, would be made conditions of the local approvals.
Do we know the anticipated water usage for this use? Do you have any data on that?
I don't. I don't have a figure for that. But again, I would assume if they're going over a certain threshold that that is something that the Water Authority and Health Department are going to require mitigation measures to offset. But no, I do not know a figure offhand.
So you check no, but we don't know what there was. I mean, I'm assuming a medical facility has somewhat intensive water use.
I wouldn't anticipate it to be something.
Well, it says no, Jeff, to be fair, it says no or small impact. So it's not just a definitive no.
I just asked if there were any facts that he knew to support that.
They will be on public water. I think we can be certain of that. They're not going to be on a well.
So I
created demand for public water, yes, but we don't anticipate any significant impact.
Yeah, it's not a type of use that I would anticipate. It's not a heavy industrial use that's using a lot of water. It's not a car wash. I wouldn't anticipate that this kind of use would have an excessive water flow associated with it. But again, the entity that is really in charge of the water supply and the overview of the usage of water will be the water authority, who is a neighboring property and an involved agency under this action. So I would think that if there is an issue with this, that they would bring it to attention and they would require mitigation.
But we're the lead agency. This is a type 1 action. You know that we can't have, I'm going to use a legal term that the public may not know. A negative declaration is a decision that there are no adverse impacts. You know that when you have a type 1 action, this is a more serious type of action, you can't issue a negative declaration and then condition it. You understand that as a plan?
Yes, I understand. I understand.
And what you're talking about is doing precisely that. It's not legal to do in this situation.
No,
well,
let's hold on, Jeff. Hold on.
Yeah, well, I'm not. The approvals that are granted will be conditioned on the approvals of the other involved agencies. That being site plan approval, zone change, things of that sort. The EAF, the use does not suggest something that would generate an abnormally large amount of need for water. So I think that you can pretty safely say that there's no or small impact. I think that you can answer that question. I don't see why there would be a reason that, the other way of looking at that is... You don't see
why a medical building might have...
Reasonable people would agree that it's not going to have a significant impact on the public water supply system.
Yeah, I'm just asking whether there's any factual basis, because I'm just going to ask Eric, you don't think that a hospital, I'm not going to call it a hospital, a medical facility, you don't think there's any
facility, now it's a hospital.
If there's any indication that it might use more water than an ordinary business with sterilizing, hand washing, sanitation requirements, linens, equipment, you don't see any, we have no facts on this, but okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, but I would also...
Can I ask a question? Let's go back. I recall that the staff parking was how many spots?
50
staff parking.
14 or 15.
14. I mean, so it's not like it's that's not a lot of full-time employees at any one time in the building, and nobody's staying overnight.
1,000 square foot building.
Right, but
we know what the staff would be.
If nobody's showering there, and I just think the water usage projected from this facility is less than what you get from a household usage by the number of people. So
this is I'm going to repeat my comment, which is this is a 25,000 square foot building. Do we have the figures of staff if this building were fully staffed? You're telling me there are only going to be 14 employees in
the parking spaces, Jeff, generates a requirement of 14.
Just let me ask the question, please.
Well, that's the answer to the question. What's the answer?
Answering the question.
It's 14 parking spaces. It's not how many people are working there necessarily.
I'm asking that question. I'm saying, do we have any idea of how many people would work in this building, this 25,000 square foot building, if it were fully staffed?
And the reason for asking that is you want to try and determine the water usage generated.
I think it affects a number of issues in this case. And in fact, this is one of the questions.
Let me say that a school.
It affects parking, it affects traffic, it affects water use.
Time out, please. Can we go back to the question? The question is water. Are you saying that somehow our schools, is that having an adverse impact on public water supply?
What I'm saying is that you're referring to 14 parking spaces and 14 employees, and that
we're talking about the water, Jeff.
That's correct. And in connection with the water, and what I'm
don't generate water usage.
Does this 25,000 square foot building at capacity how many employees does it have? That affects water usage.
Yes,
We
it
know-
wouldn't affect, it wouldn't be more than what you have in any of our area schools.
What you think maybe, might be, could be is not an answer. I'm asking for a factual question. And in fact, I asked this of Liz Vale. I sent Liz a letter.
Will agree that there's no significant impact on the public water supply system due to this proposed facility.
And I think that if
the number of and if I might, in case we were wrong, the Suffolk County Water Authority and Health Department both get a crack at this.
And I would think that it'd be, I think, Mike, 1 second, Jeff, you can keep going. I would also think that it'd be less water usage than the other two commercial industrial buildings that are right next door to of the same size based on their staffing levels. This is going to be a much less staffed location.
You have
the healthcare facility and 300 Panago, which actually has multiple bathrooms and many, many more office spaces in it. So I think there'll be a lot less water used in this building than the other two that are sited right next door to it.
This is a 25,000.
23,000 and change.
23 and change. Let's call it 24. It's around 24.
It's actually less.
It's a big building. And you're telling me we don't know the number of employees at full capacity. That is something we should know.
They haven't hired anybody.
Excuse me, Peter, if I could just finish a question, it would be a lot easier. That's something we should know, and it's something that I've asked Liz Vale to provide.
Duly noted. Let's move on. Does anybody else disagree with the answer there?
No.
Okay, so 4 of us agree that this is not going to have a significant impact on the public water supply system for the town of East Hampton. Let's move on, Eric.
Okay. So the next response would be to question 10. However, in between that, impact on groundwater was the 4th question. 5th is impact on flooding. This is not a flood-prone area. There's no suggestion that there would be a negative impact on flooding. Impacts on air. This is not a type of use that you would expect to have such an impact. Impact on plants and animals. Obviously, this is a lawn right now. It's not identified as any unique flora or fauna habitat. Impact on agricultural resources. There are none on the property. Impact on aesthetic resources. There are no identified aesthetic resources. Additionally, this property is set back from Montauk Highway quite a distance.
What about community character? What about the fact that we are basically a town with a population of 24,000? I understand that COVID has made it different. I understand holiday weekends can make it different. But is it an end? I understand.
Well, can I just say that is question 18. So if you'd like maybe to hold that thought when we come to it, because impact on community character is a specific question.
I was just making a connection between community character and aesthetic uses. So I'll wait.
Okay. So anyway, so that brings us to question number 10. Community character is question 18. So we will get to that. Question number 10 is impact on historic and archaeological resources. We did discuss that at some length. However, it is one of the major aspects of this project. I alluded to the fact that there is a site that was exhumed in 1917, roughly 400 to 500 feet to the east of the property line for this site. There were 39 burial sites there. Other artifacts were found. Due to the proximity of that site to the subject site, we had requested that additional field surveying be done in addition to an updated phase 1. There was a phase 1, which is basically just a background research archaeological study done with the Pospisil subdivision, which created this lot, as well as the lot that has Goldberg's, the Medical Arts Center, and 300 Panago Place, the office building. That did not do a substantial number of shovel test pits. They only did 4. That study specifically recommended that additional field work be done. The applicants did have an archaeologist, Alfred Camisa, and his team perform that field work. I believe they did it on August 31st. I could be wrong there. I believe it was Monday, August 31st. They did the work. And I mean, the short answer to that is that they did work in accordance with the New York State Office of Historic Preservation, SHPO. SHPO gave them a specific protocol to do that work, and involved doing 6-meter wide trenches with a flat blade backhoe, each of 100 feet. The idea of that being to pull back the sod and see areas where there might have been historic disturbance in the soil. They did perform that work in accordance with that protocol, and they did not find any artifacts and recommended that no further study be conducted. So based upon that report, I do believe that that is sound evidence that there will not be a negative impact to any archaeological resources. Again, this site is, a good distance away from that archaeological site. We wanted to play it safe and require further field study, but it does look like it is not the case that there are artifacts here. And I did note in here too that there was no archaeological study done when the baseball fields were, built. I guess you'd say planted, but there are dugouts and a comfort station there.
And it was also done in '88, Eric, when they actually did the initial subdivision too.
Yes, well, that was the original archaeological survey, was with the original subdivision in the 80s. But I was going to say then, after that subdivision was approved and the lots created, there was no archaeological study at the ball field. There was none for the medical arts building. There was none for 300 Panago Place. So this, we didn't require it at that time, basically because it was deemed far enough away from the Panago site, as it's called, the Montauk burial site. But in this case, we took the extra precaution of requiring the field study. And as I say, the archaeologist said that the field study did not find any archaeological resources.
Eric, how close at the closest point is any structure or building to the area of concern?
Let me scale it out on GIS. It's probably about 600, 700 feet, something like that. The property line of 400 Panago Place, the subject parcel, is roughly 400 to 500 feet away from the general location of the Panago burial site. It's actually probably about 450 feet away. So the parking lot is right up to the edge of that property line, so that would also be 450 feet. But the nearest structure, other than a small shed that doesn't have a foundation, would be the dugout on the eastern ball field, which is about 600 feet away, according to GIS.
Well, parking paving is a structure too.
Sure. Yes. Yeah. That's why I noted it. And that's right on the property line. So it's about 400, 450 feet away. So I don't know if you want me to move on to the next point.
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Okay. So next point is 11, which is impact on open space and recreation. The question is, the proposed action may result in a loss of recreational opportunities or a designated, I think that's open space resource. I think I left out a quote there, in any adopted municipal open space plan. So I made reference here to the point that we are displacing 2 baseball fields that are used by the East Hampton Little League. It was a condition of the lease agreement that the town, well, not lease agreement, but the resolution agreeing to lease the land to the hospital, that they pay for the relocation of 2 baseball fields, the building of a new Little League field, or fields for use by the Little League, and all the associated amenities is the wording they use. on a parcel of property provided by the town. So a town-owned parcel, they will not be going out and buying new land. There has been discussion of a property over on Stephen Hand's Path. However, that is not anything finalized. But a condition of that agreement between the town and Stony Brook Southampton Hospital is that we do not have a net loss of active recreational facilities in the form of the baseball fields that exist. And then also, I did mention here, there's been ongoing efforts through the past decade, if not more, to provide, if not easements, a path for a potential South Fork bikeway. There have been discussions on subdivisions on properties just to the east of here on Spring Close Highway. Obviously, the town owns this lot as well as the rear portion of the town hall property. It would be ideal if a minimum 20-foot wide area was preserved to the rear of the site along the Long Island Railroad tracks for the potential future building of the South Fork Bikeway. The applicants have agreed to provide that. They've illustrated that on the plans. There are some details that need to be worked out as far as whether or not they can, how they're going to provide that, what landscaping might be in the way and needs to be relocated, issues with drainage, potential issues with drainage structures. So those will need to be worked out, but the applicants have agreed to provide the 20-foot wide. I'm not sure if it wouldn't be an easement because it's our land, but a 20-foot wide buffer for a bikeway that hopefully can connect to other properties, but that would have to be handled on a case-by-case basis so that we got a continued run. That would be a potential future active recreational resource that the project is accounting for. So that's something that could be an addition. So we are losing the baseball fields physically, but we're not having a net loss of that active recreational resource. And potentially we're also adding a connection for the bikeway that helps better facilitate that in the future.
Eric, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Did anybody ever get any traffic study, including trip generation study, about the relating to the proposed change of the ball fields? There's been, a member of the public who's made a fairly strong argument that this is, going to displace people, and they're going to have to come much farther distance through a busy village to get to the ball fields. Do we have any analysis of the residences of the Little League participants? Any idea of increased traffic because we're moving a segment of our population off this centralized site and putting them, at the moment, the plan seems to be Stephen Hand's Path. Do we have any data on that?
The short answer is no. That is not incorporated in the traffic study. We do not have, an estimation of, if, obviously you would have to factor in people coming from the west and the east to the current site, and then figure the additional traffic that would be from this location to Stephen Hand's Path, although, again, that is not something that has been finalized or agreed upon.
And are you familiar with the displacement of populations being a factor that can be considered under SECRA? Are you familiar with that?
There's a lot of things that can be considered under SECRA if they're deemed appropriate. I'm just curious.
I'd like to make a comment. If
you're aware of
your first question, Jeff. I mean, Eric's aware quite a bit of the issues surrounding SECRA, as is our entire planning staff and town board members as well. I think your characterization of that individual's argument as being strong, frankly, is not accurate. That's your personal opinion. I don't think the argument was strong at all because as a Little League parent and coach from the past, I can tell you that every single game you're driving from one end of the town to the other. So some people will find that there's a shorter distance to a relocated ball field. Some will find that it's further, but since the fields often rotate and you're playing other teams in their hamlets, you were driving from Northwest Woods at the corner of Sag Harbor Village, all the way to Montauk, to Maidstone Park, to Amagansett School, to Pantago, to all the various ball fields, no matter where they are. So, you know,
I was a little league dad too.
I just don't think that under SECRA that the relocation of the ball field is going to generate any significant environmental impact. If anybody else thinks otherwise, I know Jeff, you've already sort of alluded to that, but please, I'm sorry, Jeff, please, I want to let the other board members weigh in.
Yeah,
okay.
The only thing I want to say is that on page 16, Eric, which is section 11 on this, you did note in the second paragraph, these fields are currently used by East Hampton Little League as their sole event space. It is not, as Peter just mentioned, I can count 8 different fields that Little League use. So I think we should just remove the word sole event space and just come up with a different language for that, okay?
Well, I mean, you could even just say these fields are currently used by the East Hampton Little League, not as their sole event space.
That's fine.
By the way, they were heavily involved with the committee for relocation.
Correct.
And they didn't feel that there was going to be a significant impact.
And in fact, you know, I was at the first meeting. Larry Campbell and I went and met with the Little League when this was first proposed. We went to their meeting in the library of the spring school. And when they heard that this was for a freestanding emergency department, they were overwhelmingly supportive of the project. We later put together a committee, and there were a number of Little League board members on the committee, and they've designed it in such a way that this is actually going to be an improvement from what they're playing on now. They're looking to have, if you remember, multi-distance base lengths. They're looking for a synthetic field turf. They're looking for batting cages, which they don't have now. And, you know, it's not that we just looked at properties that were, I think we said 7 acres, David, is that we were looking 7 acres and larger? But, you know, it's where you can put, you know, relocate the field lights. You know, that can't be, you know, brought to any neighborhood, right? So that was one of the conditions. So, you know, they're looking at this ball field that you know, hopefully will go in Wainscott, which when we first brought this to the committee, I believe that the board was unanimous at the time that Wainscott was the proper place. The only concern you had, Jeff, was for the synthetic field turf. You had brought that up. But this is going to allow for, you know, greater duration of play, virtually doubling the amount of time they can have on the ball field. So, you know, you could almost say that this is an upgrade for Little League.
And by the way, Wainscott's the only hamlet that doesn't have a ball field, and shouldn't they have one?
I was just talking about traffic. That was really what I was focused on. I just wanted to say, if I misspoke, I meant to say that a member of the public was strongly arguing. I wasn't commenting on whether his argument.
You said they made a strong argument.
I meant he was very strong in making the argument. I think we all know that. My comment was directed only to traffic. I thought that was a valid consideration. It doesn't sound like we have any information on it.
Okay, Eric.
Yeah.
Shall we move on?
Sure. That's a good segue into question number 13. Well, I guess I should say 12 is impact on a critical environmental area. This is not within a designated critical environmental area. Question number 13 is impact on transportation, which, as I said at the outset, was one of the main issues with the project. The proposed action may result in a change to existing transportation systems. Obviously, it will. Again, I suppose to reiterate, we had, there was an original traffic study prepared by Dunn Engineering in 2016. This traffic study, well, first of all, assumed a 32,350 square foot building as opposed to a 23,830 square foot or 26% smaller building, which is proposed now. But that also really was aimed at comparing the impacts of alternative sites. It compared 3 sites, one of them being the subject parcel, the other 2 being in the western end of town. It did conclude that this was the optimal location of those three. That study, though, again, was done in 2016. It's standard in those studies to estimate traffic increases under what they call the no build and the build scenario. They somewhat speak for themselves, but the idea being that you go ahead about 2 years from the date of the study to account for the time it's going to take for construction. And then you do an average seasonal increase that's set by the DOT, increase in traffic, and then you estimate what the traffic impact is going to be when traffic has increased in 2 years if you don't build a facility or if you do build the facility. So the idea being to look to the future, see, anticipate traffic increases, and then compare not doing a project versus doing a project and what the future traffic situations will be. So they did that for 2018. Obviously, it's 2020 now. If we're updating the traffic study, we should be looking at 2022. So that was asked of the applicants that they update the study to provide that information. Additionally, as I said earlier, the first study had a 26% larger facility. The generated traffic based on the standard manual for trip generation used by traffic engineers is based on square footage, so that did not accurately reflect the estimated generated site traffic of the project. They have updated that information as well, also as requested by the planning department and the planning board. So the updated study is dated April 4th. They included in that, among other things, and that these items do include those 2 points that I've just made, 2 aspects of the project. Amendments to the proposed trip generation report that mostly has to do with the square footage of the building, trip distribution and emergency vehicle operations, intersection of Montauk Highway and Panago Place, access management, and an update to the conclusions and summary, which we did sort of outline earlier in this discussion. Obviously, if they're reducing, it's actually like between 26 and 27%, the reduction in the size of the building. Since the trip generation is related to the square footage of the building, in turn, by correcting the square footage of the proposed facility, by reducing it to the 23 plus 1,000 square feet, they're reducing the figures that you get, reduces the estimated generated traffic by 26 to 27%. So the smaller building under the calculation reduces the generated site traffic. They did, however, update the traffic estimates for the area. What you do with that is you use the most recent traffic counts from the DOT and then use the specific percentage annual growth factor that they assign for a certain area. They do have one that's specific to East Hampton, and it's an estimate of 2.2% growth per year. I believe the last count was done in 2016. So what they did was they took the average, the annual average daily traffic count from the DOT from that time, multiplied it by 102.2% for 2017. Then obviously that number is larger. Multiply that larger number in the years going to 2022, so that exponentially grows, and came up with the new estimated traffic for 2022. Obviously, it'll be increased. So the traffic is increasing, but the generated site traffic would be decreasing because of the smaller size of the facility. They readjusted the numbers. There's not much significant change in what they anticipate as far as the impact on traffic conditions. Again, I mentioned this in the summary. Really, the major conflict or downgrade in traffic conditions that they foresee in the traffic study is at the intersection of Panago Place and Montauk Highway, and it's really mainly for left-hand and right-hand turn movements off of Panago Place. And again, they do not foresee any significant impact to through traffic on Montauk Highway. Part of that, again, being the fact that this is a facility that's meant to alleviate some of the strain on Stony Brook Southampton Hospital, both in terms of services, but also in terms of vehicular trips that would head out all the way through town out to that facility. So they provided the updated figures and updated graphs and charts and detailed figures that we had requested. And based upon their findings, they're not identifying any real significant traffic impacts from the site, with the exception of the turning movements off of Panago Place. And they do mention in the updated study, reiterating what they said, at least in the first point in the original study, that a traffic signal at that intersection would be beneficial to reduce the time for those turning movements off of Panago Place. They also, a new topic addressed in this updated study, that cross-access should be considered in the future, that being either to the east across the Water Authority property. There's actually two properties that are in between this site and Spring Close Highway, which is a residential neighborhood. I'm not sure whether or not that is an ideal route, but that is something that they're saying could be considered. You would have to go across the Water Authority property and then across a flag strip portion of a actually CI zone property that then connects to Spring Close Highway, or which would probably be more reasonable, at least in my opinion, to the west to Town Hall. Obviously, there has been talk of new Town Hall facilities and perhaps a reorganization of the layout of the Town Hall campus, a connection of a road between the proposed facility here at 400 Panago Place to Town Hall could be beneficial to help redirect traffic to, rather than having multiple conflict points. There's currently an entrance and exit only at Town Hall, and then there's Panago Place, which is a two-way road. To consolidate at least the traffic from this facility with Town Hall is something that they recommend to consider. Also, there could be, a traffic signal at Town Hall that service both of those, both Town Hall and that facility. But they left that just sort of as a hypothetical thing to be considered in the future that could, further help the traffic pattern in the area. So that was something new that they mentioned. Yes, sorry.
And by the way, any kind of signaling would be the purview of the State Department.
Absolutely.
And then we have.
Yeah. It's not something. Yeah, it's not something we
propose or that the hospital proposes. You can make application for it to the state, but I don't think the state generally immediately answers those types of requests. That they would have to do some additional study themselves. And I just know from past experience, such as the light at Stephen Hansen 114, that took many years before that qualified for a light there. So
both traffic reports, the one from 18 and the current one, which we received this morning at 10:30 this morning, both of them say that the 18 one said a traffic light is going to be a necessity, and the 21 is saying you said they backed off it. They didn't back off it. They're still talking about it. And when this went in front of the plan, excuse me, and when this went in front of the planning board publicly was discussing a roundabout in front of this. And you mentioned one other thing here that I think is significant, and that is the proposed Town Hall annex, if you want to call it, or addition, which is right at the moment planned to be a very large building. It's like a 12,000 square foot building, if memory serves me correctly. And SECRA also requires you to consider cumulative impacts when you're looking at a project. Do we have any data on what a 12,000 square foot addition to Town Hall would do to traffic? I think the answer is no. And the other thing I wanted to mention,
by the way, if I might just interject and say there is no plan right now for a town hall campus of 12,000 square feet being built.
I've seen
there's
the
no
plan.
plan, Jeff. There's no.
Yeah, I've seen the plan, Peter.
That was.
Yes, I've seen it.
That is not part of our plan.
Yeah, well,
those initial draft drawings were rejected. Were open floor plan.
Yeah, because of the open floor plan. But
no, it was just that it wasn't a design that we felt going forward with.
Yeah, but the size of that was going to be, and the policy was to construct a building on the same property so we could have one campus, and the size of the building was 12,000 feet. I want to go back and
get plan in the next couple of years. Jeff. I don't think you can, if you want to calculate the cumulative effects of any other development 2 or 3 or 4 years, maybe in the future, if it actually goes forward with, we're really not going to be focusing on the hearing.
It requires you to approve and review actions that are going to be approved. Is that before you for approval?
No, not only is it not before us for approval, that we literally have no plan that we're pursuing.
Yeah, well,
for a town hall.
Not before the board.
At this point.
You know what? I'm
at
still
least the next couple of years, yeah. So I mean,
okay,
it won't be me.
A couple of years
pushing it forward. I can tell you that.
I'm still not happy that we got this traffic plan this morning at 10:30. We haven't had. That's when it came in.
Sorry, go ahead.
We haven't had a traffic engineer review it, and we should. And this kind of rush to a decision, and I exclude from that term the fact that we may have evolved the project and decided on the site over a period of years. But this project came in front of the planning board on July 17th as a completed project. That's less than 2 months ago. It is a 24,000 square foot building that is 9,000 square feet bigger than the home goods store. It's comparable to the Montauk Playhouse. When it's done, we are going to have building and impervious structures that occupy 2.4 acres of land. This is a very large project. It is a project which the applicants have conceded is going to require a traffic light. And it seems like the board is set to green light this today based on a traffic study that came in this morning with no further review by a traffic expert. And I want to make one other comment about traffic studies. Often, people take the data of the total traffic on 27, and then they compare it to the traffic on a smaller project, and they inevitably conclude, this is a common form of analysis, that the building is not going to affect traffic because traffic is so big anyway on 27. But that is not what causes traffic problems. It's the turning movements in and the turning movements out. And this project is big enough that it's going to take 2 years to construct. And I'm saying that we need the planning board involved in this, and they're not involved in it. I haven't seen anything in writing from the planning board. I haven't heard any comment on the traffic report. I mean, come on. They submitted a formal application to the planning board on July 17th.
Yeah.
So Jeff.
And by the way, they submitted plans back in March, and they were deemed finalized. The project was deemed, the application for the project was deemed finalized in July. So it was received in March.
I think
certainly you've had plenty of time to look at it if you cared to. I am not a speed reader. In fact, I'm a little bit dyslexic, and I had time to read the entire traffic study, and it basically built on the previous 2 traffic studies that we got. It pointed out that, in fact, it's going to reduce traffic on the highway and travel times. And, the size of the building, I get it. You still think this building's too big and that there's traffic, even though we've been through the EAF form and you've yet to be able to point to any significant impact on your SECRA. I want to move on to the next question.
Can I still just interject something? Because I'm sorry, but Jeff, just based on what you have said, that the building size, the amount of parking, all of this, you would not accept this project
anywhere in the town of East Hampton, because all of those conditions will stay the same. So
No,
you
that-
are
that
saying,
is in- that is
excuse me, can I
incorrect.
finish instead of you
Yeah.
talking over me?
I thought-
So what you have said about this project is that you don't like the project size, the capacity of the parking lot, anything about this project. Therefore, if we place it somewhere else, you would have these same concerns. So you are just against the project, period. And I think you should come out and say that instead of dragging us through this monumental 2 weeks worth of anything you can throw at it and hope it sticks so that this project doesn't go forward. I think it's very disingenuous what you're doing to the community.
Now may I answer? I am not opposed to this project. I am in favor of diligent, rigorous environmental review of this project. I would like to see a medical building, and I'm not opposed to this location. But I believe that our environmental review should consist of more than one meeting in front of the planning board and an hour discussion of a traffic report that was dumped in our lap at 10:30 this morning. And if you want to talk about the size of the building, I will. Yes, my inclination is to think this building is too big for what it can do. And I have written a letter to Ms. Vale asking some questions that would help us decide about whether this building does need to be as big as it is. One thing that concerns me, and it's a question I asked earlier, is if a 24,000 square foot building were fully staffed, how much staff would it have? We don't have an answer to that yet. And I'd like to get an answer. But I have some other questions that I'd like to ask that would help illuminate the facts of this case and not just, make you the good guy because you love a medical facility and portray what I'm saying as I'm against a medical facility, which I am not. I just want to know more carefully what it can do, what it can't do, who has to be transported elsewhere. I would like to know which rooms are required rooms under state law and which are not required rooms under state law. Those are pretty fundamental questions that would enable us
planning
really
questions.
Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing. This is what
we are the
You are
lead.
not talking to the planning board.
We are the lead.
For a zone change.
We are
It goes
the lead agency. Excuse me.
Planning department.
We took lead agency status
For the zone change.
The entire project.
Yes, because as early in the project, as you well know, as early in the project as possible, we need to do a secret review. We're in charge.
You're not listening to me, Peter.
I'm listening, but frankly, you're not making much sense to me, Jeff, because you're playing this argument whichever way you want, depending on which side of the discussion you're on.
You're not listening to me. The resolution, excuse me. If you want to talk about the law, you'll have your opportunity.
Makes no
sense. The
sense.
resolution which we passed did not make us lead agency only on the zone change. It made us lead agency for the entire project. Being lead agency means we are the decision maker.
Yes.
And all I'm saying to you is,
I understand completely, Jeff. I've understood that from the beginning. What I don't
tell me these questions
what
are
I don't
irrelevant.
understand is why you want to get involved with the site plan on this project when we're trying to go through and determine what the significant environmental impacts would be, if any, to building this facility. And so far, we've come up with no significant impacts.
I have an answer on the
So
staff.
I'd like to move on with
It's the site plan that causes all the impacts, and we're the lead agency. So we're allowed to ask these questions.
And Liz Vale has an answer for you.
I do. So the staffing will be 14 people, and that's for per shift at a peak season, and it'll be slightly smaller off season. Okay.
That's less in our less than in our planning department.
How many shifts?
I don't know how many shifts. I'll have to.
I don't think there's going to be a major impact outside of the 9 to 5. area. Once you get in a nighttime traffic, I mean, any traffic generated by somebody getting off the midnight shift certainly not going to be an impact.
Liz, I asked you before if you could enumerate which rooms were required and which rooms were not required.
Right.
I also asked you, could you tell me whether the facility would treat people who are experiencing a heart attack or whether transportation would be involved?
Mm-hmm.
I asked if you could distinguish cardiac observation from cardiac treatment. I asked if the proposed facility would have more intensive medical procedures available to deal with heart attack. This all deals with who's going to stay and who's going to leave. I asked you, could a person experiencing a stroke expect to be treated at the hospital, or would he be transported elsewhere? I asked you if a person experiencing serious trauma would be treated at this facility or would be transferred elsewhere. I asked the same question about broken bones. What kind of things can you do for a simple fracture? Would that person then have to go to orthopedic treatment? And I asked a couple of other questions about whether you'd provide dialysis or chemotherapy. I think I may know the answer to that. It's not. And then I asked you, if I can go through this, I can get through this in 3 minutes and all of my questions will be asked. And I'd like to put them on the record. I'm a member of the town board. We are always looking at the health, safety, and welfare of the community as well as being the lead agency. These are relevant questions. And if you give me 3 minutes, I'll be done with my questions.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I appreciate if you really try to pick it up, because frankly, I don't think any of those questions are relevant.
I'm sure you don't, Peter. I'm not surprised. I asked how the facility differed from a walk-in care or an urgent care clinic. I asked you, I noted that you had 10 beds, but I asked you, are they required by state regulations, and are overnight stays anticipated in the beds? I asked you about the availability of services and whether you would be open 24/7 or whether there was some kind of a waiver that was possible. I asked you about pricing services. Again, we're a town board. We have a right to ask if, how the pricing is going to affect.
Can I ask what the relevance of that is to secret, Jeff?
Secret, nothing.
Can you please explain that to me? I'm dumbfounded by that.
Are you?
Please tell me what the relationship between.
Well, we have a lease that we're essentially giving this facility. I think it might be worth asking how they charge as opposed to a walk-in clinic or an urgent care clinic. And if there is, it's a simple question, and the question is, will they be charging?
It's not relevant. It's not relevant.
It's relevant to the health, safety, and welfare of the community.
You know what? If you're talking about the building's already too large because it possibly provides some kind of medical procedures or treatment that's not demanded by an ER, then you would suggest we make the building smaller, right?
I'll move on. You can have your objection to that. Do we have any data on the number of ambulance calls for East Hampton, Wainscott, Amagansett, Montauk, and Sag Harbor? And have those, as that traffic, been factored into the studies?
Yeah, that was factored in the original study, Jeff.
And my last question is, this application was submitted to the planning board, and although we've taken lead agency, if we don't want to act as a planning board and you don't want to ask site plan questions, then the proper procedure is to hand this over to the planning board, let them deal with it and make a report to us. But if we're going to be the lead agency, we're entitled to know the facts.
Complete the secret determination and then move it on to site plan. So,
Peter, you can't decide that a project has no impacts and then give it to the board that's going to decide if it meets the requirements of the town of East Hampton. And I want to say one last thing.
Absolutely. There's two different things. There's the town code and then there's SECRA, the State Environmental Quality Review.
They're not separate. They're not separate. They're woven in together, Peter. They're woven in together.
You would have it done, but that's not actually the way.
No, that is the law.
I'm sorry, the law does not say that the planning board has to review this. We're the lead agency. We review it.
The point is, you sent it to the planning board. They applied to the planning board, and I think we only did it to provide a little window dressing because we're ready to. You're ready to decide this thing on the spot.
Yeah. What don't you understand about the process? They go through full site plan review.
You can't you can't make an environmental determination before the review, Peter. It's putting the cart before the horse. And my last comment is, I would like to see a medical facility. I will say that I think I would like to see it on that site. At the same time, I would like a cautious, thoughtful, calm review, not that takes place over 2 hours with a traffic study dumped in our laps at 9:30. We can talk about this calmly and get answers before we move forward. And you're entitled as a lead agency to take all the time you need to get all the information. And we should have our own traffic engineer looking over that study and commenting. Nobody in this room is qualified to do that. Nobody.
Including you, Jeff. Including you.
That's correct. That's why I want an expert.
No, you've been the medical expert now for the last 2 meetings. So
I'm asking questions. Is it okay to ask questions, Sylvia? Is that wrong of a town board member?
Jeff, it's not wrong, but you can take questions.
It's wrong to ask questions
for your own edification. Please take them offline. We're trying to get through the secret review.
I'm done.
They're not relevant. The price of healthcare is not relevant to this State Environmental Equality Review Act.
We're a town board, the health, safety, and welfare of the community.
I get that, but it has nothing to do with this particular aspect of secret review.
If we can't get over, Jeff, if we can't get over this hurdle and you continuing to push this down the road, we will not see a healthcare center in this town ever, because you are making it impossible. So please let us get on with the job of doing our job.
And my response is, your job in doing the job is to follow the procedures of secret.
And we are
doing that. That's what we're trying to do.
I agree with you.
Derailing us on the cost of healthcare and whether or not, people will be treated for broken bones or not. It's a healthcare center.
It helps decide whether the size of the building makes sense. We're a small town.
With the size of the building. Let me just state that. Is anyone else not comfortable with the size of the building besides Jeff? Speak now or forever hold your peace.
Anybody care about a traffic light or a traffic circle there? No.
Yeah, I care.
We all care. That relates to the size of the building.
Well, actually,
yes, and it's been
I actually read the whole entire traffic study that just came out, and a lot of it was just dovetailed what the initial version number 9 was. We're in the 10th version.
Well, David, maybe you're a faster reader than I, because it takes me longer to read 22 pages. 22-page report. Just came in this morning.
If you want to spend
read it all. I also read the architectural
the report. We've all read it
too, and it's actually quite invigorating.
Do we have a consensus to move on with the question?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Okay, moving on to question number 14, which is, let me just make sure that I'm current here on the number that we're on. Yes, that was 13 was transportation. 14, impact on energy. The proposed action may cause an increase in the use of any form of energy. I said no. Really, the question there is whether or not there's a significant energy usage. You wouldn't anticipate it for this type of facility. I did write a short paragraph, though, in the attachment, just mentioning that they're incorporating both active and passive solar technology in the design of the building, which obviously is a net positive impact in terms of energy usage. Question number 15, impact on noise, odor, and light. The proposed action may result in an increase in noise, odors, or outdoor lighting. Obviously, there's going to be disturbance and noise and dust during construction, as with any facility. This location is completely surrounded by CI zoning, as well as a water authority site and the rear of Town Hall and the train tracks. So it's actually uniquely located in an area that's not going to have an impact on residential properties. Additionally, light is mentioned here. The applicants have submitted a comprehensive site lighting plan. It's generally acceptable, but there are some changes to it that need to be made to keep it in conformance with the planning board's guidelines for exterior lighting. The planning board has already reviewed that document. The planning department reviewed it, and it was presented to the planning board. They reviewed it and made comments about some changes that should be made, but they'll ensure that it's in conformance with the town code and with their guidelines. So that's really the response to that question. Question number 15 is
noise, odor, and light.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's the one I just covered.
Yeah, now we're doing 16.
Yeah,
impact
16.
on human health. And by the way, we hope there's a significant impact on human health for the better.
I have a response for Councilman Bragman on an initial response from the hospital on the coronary and stroke issue, if you'd like me to just put that into the record. The types and numbers of rooms, as we've stated before numerous times, they're all based on the State Department of Health requirements. The facility, the ER emergency room, will be able to receive and initiate treatment for coronary events and strokes, depending on the type of condition. It will have a capacity to start treatments that can break up clots for hearts and stroke and save time. Patients who require surgery or catheterization will be transported, but can be diagnosed and stabilized much more rapidly than if they need to go to Southampton. Urgent care facilities cannot do this. For example, we can bring the stroke patient here, diagnose them with a CT scan, and start them on the necessary medication, which cannot be done at your normal urgent care centers. Obviously, stabilizing the patient before you would bring them somewhere else. And that's just in response to his question about stroke and coronary events. And that's just an initial response.
So just to reiterate, Liz, I think
response for him.
to reiterate, the important part of that is that all of the rooms in the facility are mandated by New York State. Correct?
The majority, I think almost all of the rooms, I don't know exactly if all
except for lights,
put that in the record. But if some of the diagnostic rooms with respect to scans, imaging, are going to help treat patients that come there. So to the extent they were not required by the state, they're all there to help with the health, safety, welfare of the population, because they're all of the rooms are going to be utilized to better treat, to provide the best possible care to anyone who comes to the facility. And that's the goal. And we have a list of what the rooms are for. We even gave you a floor plan for that. So
I've seen the floor plan.
Yeah.
And would people who are stabilized then be flown out of the facility?
I don't know if they'll be flown or transported. It probably depends on their current situation, Councilman Bragman. So, but I will get you a more detailed response to your letter, which we received Sunday night. I'm going to get you
thank you.
a more detailed response.
I appreciate that.
Yep. Thank you. Sorry, board members.
Okay, so moving on with the response to question 16, impact on human health. There's an reference here to what Peter was talking about, that we anticipate a positive impact on human health. But I did note, it is a medical facility. It will have biohazardous wastes. However, those will be, removed under any applicable requirements of the state and county. Right next door to this facility, should it be built at 200 Panago Place, is a medical arts building that has a similar situation, and they're required to operate within those state and county guidelines, and this facility obviously will be required to do so as well. But then I did mention here, it's something that hadn't really been mentioned in the conversation, but it had been alluded to, but not an exact number, of the fact that this is sort of a central location between the hospital and the furthest areas of town, that being Montauk. I actually did scale this out of curiosity, and from basically the plaza at downtown Montauk to Southampton Hospital, it's roughly 27 miles, and this facility would be at just about 13 miles from Montauk and 14 miles from Southampton Hospital. So it's almost the exact geographic center of that span that is creating that issue of getting emergency services vehicles from downtown Montauk, which is obviously very crowded in the summer. Should there be an accident or an issue, something prompting an emergency services call, that's one of the main concerns, is the distance of traveling the stretch, getting all the way through town to Southampton Hospital, and this is geographically a central location. So that alone, reducing ambulance travel time should be also a positive impact on public health. So other than that, there are two other main categories, two other questions. Both I answered no to. 17 is consistency with community plans. The proposed action is not consistent with adopted land use plans. I said no to that. This does not require any variances. There's nothing in the comprehensive plan that discourages the facility in this location. Obviously, it's a community need in terms of providing healthcare. So there's nothing there that suggests that this is not consistent with community plans. And then number 18 is consistency with community character. Specifically, the proposed project is inconsistent with the existing community character, and I said no for that broader category. There are 6 sub-questions in there, but I don't believe that any of those meet the criteria. I'll go through them very briefly, just so that you have them. One, the proposed action may replace or eliminate existing facility structures or areas of historic importance to the community. No. The proposed action may create a demand for additional community services, for example, schools, police, and fire. No. The proposed action may displace affordable or low-income housing in an area where there is a shortage of such housing. None exists. The proposed action may interfere with the use or enjoyment of officially recognized or designated public resources. Now, we mentioned the displacement of the baseball fields, but that will be handled, and a newer, more modern facility will be built. So there's no impact there. The proposed action the proposed action is inconsistent with the predominant architectural scale and character. Now, I would note here, first of all, I don't believe it is. I would note here that within this very subdivision, there's 200 Panago Place and 300 Panago Place. 200 Panago Place is the Medical Arts Building, the East Hampton Family Medical Center. 300 Panago Place is an office building, which includes offices of the town of East Hampton, as well as a number of private entities. The 300 Panago Place office building is roughly 29,000 square feet in its footprint, and the East Hampton Family Medical Building at 200 Panago Place is just over 20,000 square feet of footprint. So again, this facility, the proposed facility, is 23,850, I believe, as it's proposed right now. So it sort of falls within the middle. It would not be the largest building off of Panago Place, but it would basically be comparable in size to the other two major buildings off of Panago Place. So that is why I answered no to 18, and that is all the questions.
Then, with 300 Panago Place, the amount of offices that are in there have more than 14 people employed at any given time, aggregate.
Yes, absolutely a lot more than that.
They also have a lot of people visiting, driving to and from during the day as well.
Yes, absolutely. So based upon those responses and the mitigation measures that we mentioned, relocating the ball fields, amongst other things, and the findings of the updated studies, we recommend a negative declaration pursuant to SECRA and Chapter 128 of the Town Code.
I appreciate all the time you spent with the department reviewing the application and advising us on SECRA, walking us through that today. I would like to hear from board members as to whether or not they're comfortable with a negative SECRA declaration at this time, and we'll have a formal vote on it in the near future.
I'm comfortable with the information that we've received.
I'm comfortable too. It's been a whole body of work over the last few years, and I mean, I did get a chance to read, obviously, the full environmental assessment form, but I haven't gotten a chance to dig in as much as I want to the Dunn Engineering Associates. But this is a project that I support and would be ready to vote next week.
There's plenty of time for board members to review the record and any other documents and ask any further questions of the applicant or planning department to help you in any way make your determination when we bring it forward for a vote. So, Liz, thank you for taking the time to join us today. Eric?
Yeah, well, can I just
sure.
ask for an elaboration on when the town board's negative declaration, which it seems to be the consensus of the town board, what the date of that would be? Because it was my understanding that based upon this conversation that there would be a declaration at this meeting.
Well, we could do it today. I think we had consensus of the board that everybody was comfortable. Maybe Jeff wanted to wait, but we did talk about further review. And
you have to do a formal resolution anyway, don't you?
Yeah, well, yes, that would be the best way to do it. I'll let John Chelnicki weigh in on this, but at the very least, I had anticipated that the board would, that there would be a motion put forward as to whether or not to adopt a negative declaration, that votes would be taken, and then that would at least be set on the record, and then subsequently there would be a written document, I suppose would be the proper thing to do in the form of a resolution that could be signed by the members, either aye or nay, but John could clarify whether or not that's.
Well, does someone want to make a motion
formal
to accept the? Excuse me. Somebody want? John, did you want to say something?
No, I was going to say we should have a resolution of the board to do that.
Okay. Do you want to put one forward?
Sure.
Today, or you mean next Tuesday?
Well, I guess if you have other things to move on to, I could put something together quickly, but
well, we do. We have liaison reports. We have another old presentation from Parks and Rec. If you want to put it together, we can vote on it.
But you usually need to have it, on your agenda. I think that.
Yeah, I mean,
I would ask it to be on the agenda. We do it formally. We get it in trouble.
Is there an issue with doing it next Tuesday, the 15th?
Liz, is there?
The only issue I have is that I have a deadline for New York State. We have a $10 million grant from New York State that requires us to complete SECRA by September 15th. So it's cutting it close.
You've adjourned that before, haven't you?
Well, let's work for the 15th then. We'll put it on for the 15th.
Okay.
It would be early. It'll be.
Yeah, I'm ready to vote yes for it, but we can do it on the 15th so that we don't run into any snags along the way of procedure.
Yeah, well, let's do the formal. Let's have the formal resolution.
Yeah, formal resolution.
And do it on.
Give people plenty of time to look at the documents that have been sent and updates that have been sent. We've got a volume of work already that we've looked through. So just these last few pages, and I've read them all, had time this morning to read it. If other board members have not, then that gives us plenty of time.
Thank you, board members.
Okay.
Great.
So that's what we'll do. Thank you again for joining us, Liz and Eric and Joanne. Appreciate your input and your assistance with this. And we'll move on now to Parks and Recreation fall programming. I think we have John Rooney here with us, our Director of Recreation. Hello, John.
Hello, everyone. David
Lease, the liaison. And before we get started, John, I want to thank you for all of your extra effort in dealing with COVID. Officially the summer season's over, although today would traditionally be called Tumbleweed Tuesday. This year, tomorrow is the day that I guess people are going to celebrate, and we're not leaving Wednesday. So there'll be, I think, some additional folks out here for at least the short term. And again, I want to thank you and your staff for the yeoman's task you did in providing the best possible summer for our residents and visitors under what were extremely challenging times. And that meant dealing with heightened custodial protocols, additional hirings, beach monitors and ambassadors, running a lifeguard program, which is outstanding. And, we We had a rescue with 3 young guards out on a bay beach in Maidstone at the inlet recently. Again, credit to the wonderful program that we have here in East Hampton, and I just wanted to take the time to thank you and all your staff.
Oh, thank you for that, Peter, and I'll pass that on to the staff because, as I always say, we're only as good as our staff. And yeah, they really did an outstanding job. I didn't even know what the summer was going to look like, and it made me nervous, quite frankly. And we got through it, I think, pretty smoothly. I didn't think it would be this smooth. So anyway, so we wanted to, the rec department wanted to do our best to have some sort of a fall programming options as we did for this summer. And so we got together with the full-time assistant recreation leaders, Matt McHugh and Brian Donahue. And we went through the programs that we normally do and looking at them, and being that we're still in the same kind of it's actually a phase 3 protocols for sports and recreation according to New York State forward guidelines. And we're still within those guidelines. So we wanted to try to create something that, we can't do everything that we normally do, but we can offer some things like we did this summer. We want to offer a tennis program. We want to offer our soccer league. We would like to also offer some pickleball, and we wanted to go for a virtual turkey run. So those are the things we want to do. Yeah, I had kind of a similar reaction when I heard about it because I had not heard of one before. And it's actually a pretty smart idea. So the tennis clinics would be just like we did this summer, basically be run the same way, except it would just be once a week instead of twice a week. We double it up in the summer because sometimes folks, they'll make it with their families, they go away, or, I mean, they didn't really go away much this summer, but like they go to the beaches or do other things sometimes. So that's a once a week program. In the fall, it would be grades 2 through 5. We're not going to have it with the younger grades, kindergarten and first grade, just because those kids, just because of their ages, just a little bit more challenging in this situation to keep orderly and keep apart and all those kinds of things. And the pickleball program would be for adults. That would run. It's a free program where people would email Brian. He would schedule people when to play at an outdoor site out in Montauk. We have 2 tennis courts that are out there near the soccer field on South Erie, and we have pickleball lines on those courts. And he has a large contingent of folks that was part of the indoor pickleball program at the Montauk Playhouse. A lot of those folks are eager to play, and they've been playing a bit this summer and doing pickup games. But this would be something a little more organized. And so that would be then on the adult end. Youth Soccer League, we wanted to offer to grades 3 through 7. We normally run a soccer league in the fall and also in the spring. This past spring, it was canceled due to COVID. But being consistent with what the governor is allowing in the schools to have soccer programs in the fall, we wanted to move forward and have a soccer program modified, smaller numbers. It would only be 7-on-7 in the games with a goalie, so each team would have 8 at a time actually playing, and keeping these numbers lower and allowing each player to have one spectator at a time, or only one spectator per game. It would allow us to have, with staff, players, coaches, and those spectator numbers at a ceiling at either 48 or 49 people at a field. So that would keep us under the gathering limit of 50. So we thought that would be a wise way to go about it with the soccer. And then we also had the virtual turkey run. So the way that this works, and I had not heard of it until I talked to the timer for the town who helps us with the turkey run every year. What they do is you would pay your fee, you'd sign up online, and then you'd get an app on your phone or some sort of device. And what you do is you'd have a date range that you would decide, all right, today's the day, I'm feeling good, I'm going to run the race. And you'd go on your own and you'd turn the app on, and it covers you with GPS, and you run the race. And you have a certain block of time where you'd have to do it. And then, like this is the day, and you run it. And then your results are then put into the database. And we would still have results. You could run anywhere on the planet, anywhere where GPS can pick you up. And this way we can, we can't really have this type of an event in light of COVID at the moment, but this would still allow us to still be able to collect fees that we can then give to the food pantries like we normally do every year. And so this way we would still have a turkey run. And I thought it was absolute genius when I heard about what the idea was. For folks that are not comfortable, let's say, with a GPS, or using an app or whatever, they can actually call in their results and have them added, to the results. And it also allows us to still collect even further donations if people want, if they want to make them to the turkey run. And we could still run, you can do it either a 3 mile or a 6 mile like we normally do each year. So it wouldn't be on that morning, but there would be a date range. Like I said, you'd have to have your race completed within a certain amount of time. And so those are the basic ideas that we'd like to do. All of them have at least 10 guidelines that they all share, to keep us from having people exposed with the COVID. And then each activity has some, unique things just to those activities that the other ones might not have, just because they're all different sports. And we're looking to start all these as of either September 21st or after. So that also is consistent with when sports are being allowed to play in school. September 21st is that first day. So we're staying consistent with what even the schools are allowed to do. And so that's what we would like to put on the table and offer.
And if I could just jump in here, John, for the board, after evaluating all the fall offerings that the board normally offered, the town normally offered, which is tennis clinics, basketball clinics, pickleball, yoga for adults, yoga for seniors, sit-down yoga, croquet tournaments, youth recreational basketball, cornhole, men's basketball, youth soccer leagues, and turkey runs for fun. The recommendation was not to offer any programming that's not exclusively outdoors, which limits what we can do. All the offerings, again, go to the guidelines of the town, not just of the towns, but also of the state's guidance for low-risk sports. The recommendations and the protocols were also passed over to our consultant, Dr. Bruce Polsky, for his review, and he didn't see any red flags. He says concerning the turkey trot, definitely cannot do a live one. However, something virtually where everyone is doing their own run and reporting the results is a clever idea. So he is giving his support to us, to the recommendations and proposals that the Recreation Department is putting forward for those 4 options for recreation programming for the kids and for adults for the turkey run. Specifically, as I don't know if you mentioned, the turkey run does benefit our food banks evenly, and I think that's very important to try to continue on moving forward. But we wanted to make sure the board knew, just as we did for our summer offering of our recreational department, what is being offered out there. And then John can always mention how, if the board approves this, allows us to move forward with this, how individuals can contact the recreational department to sign up also. So that's what we're looking to offer. I was wondering if the board has any thoughts or concerns about those 4 options for our recreational programming for the fall.
Thoughts, concerns, questions, anyone?
Hey, Jeff, any thoughts or concerns?
No.
Okay. John, do you want to just let the viewing public know how they can sign up for any of the programming?
Yeah, we'll get all the applications on the town website like we normally do. You can print them out at home and then either mail them in, or we'll set up a table outside of here at the East Hampton location where our offices are, at the back of the town hall complex, back behind the court building, like we did for the summertime. People can also send in their application and call us, and we can take a payment over the phone via a credit card or debit card, so we can handle it that way as well. And we'll get all the information onto the town website, or they can call our department and 324-2417 and get in contact with us. We can help them out to get signed up.
John, when you're ready to post that, will you let me know so that we can get it up on our social media platforms so that we can spread the word that way?
Yep, That would be within a day or two if we get everything up,
Okay.
and then we'll get it to you as well.
Great.
And,
Get it online
yeah,
we get it up next week.
Yeah, time is of the essence because this is, a week and a half in a way for some programs start. But I think word will spread pretty quickly. A lot of folks have been reaching out to us. Hey, you got something for the fall? I know you did something this summer, kind of thing. So,
great.
Thank you very much, John.
Great. Thank
all
you.
right. All right. Thanks, guys.
So that completes our work session agenda. Do we have any callers on the line by chance, Michael?
No, we do not have any callers.
We'll move on to liaison reports then. Kathy, do you have a liaison report for us?
I do. Let me just think. Okay. So Human Services, if anybody's in need of assistance, please reach out to them, 631-329-6939. This week, we intend to deliver frozen meals to 267 seniors. That's over 1,300 meals that'll go out these 4 days. We continue to make the wellness calls, and if seniors are in need of pickup of prescriptions or other essentials, they should reach out to Human Services as well. We can't underestimate the impact this pandemic is having on our residents. So as you know, we had spoken a couple of weeks ago that I had reached out to the, I guess it's the president and CEO of Family Service League, and she's going to be coming. That's Karen Borstein. She's coming next Tuesday to give a presentation on the different programs that Family Services have. Folks should also know if they're, need someone to talk to, they can reach out to Phoenix House. And, if folks are in a situation where there's, family violence, that the retreat has got a hotline and on standby. New York State has also established a hotline at 1-844-863-9314 to get free emotional support, consultations, and referrals to a provider. And they've also made free meditation and mindfulness resources available, and that's at headspace.com/NY. Family Service League, they've pre-COVID, they've had a caregiver support group that they've done in cooperation with Family Service League in the town. They used to have those meetings at Family Service League. And what they're doing now is they're moving on to the Zoom platform. They're having their first meeting on Friday, September 11th at 1 p.m. If anyone is a primary caregiver for someone 60 or older, this is a great place to come and get support. And they could reach out to Jane Holmes or Christine at Family Service League. And the number here in East Hampton is 631-324-3344. The Special Events Committee actually met twice last week. We had gotten an application from the Hamptons International Film Festival. It's their 28th annual festival. And this year they're looking to do a drive-in movie at 2 locations here in town. Atlantic Avenue Beach parking lot, and the parking lot that's in the back, and at a residence on Buckskill Road. They're looking to go 5 nights, beginning it's Columbus Day weekend, beginning Thursday, October 8th through Monday, October 12th, 5 to 10 p.m. 200 people, 100 cars, with the rain dates being Tuesday, October 13th, and Wednesday, October 14th. The committee met and discussed it on Wednesday, and then we had a conversation, a Zoom call with Ann Chasen, the executive director. And unfortunately, the Chief Sarlo couldn't be on that call. He got pulled away. So we're meeting again tomorrow. The one, I guess, concern we have is how the parking lot is configured. They had originally asked for cars being side by side and 100 cars in the lot. I reached out to Dr. Polsky, and he suggested that we do every other parking space. So I spoke to Ann Chasen this morning. She's going back out to look. There may be different projectors she can use at the different venues. So we're meeting again at 11 o'clock. So she's going to be looking at the layouts and trying to figure out how to reconfigure the parking lots to see if that can work. So we would probably do a resolution for this, since it's even though it's under the 250, but considering it's a 2 venues over 5 nights, it warrants a board resolution. So we would have that on for the 17th for special event permit. And then lastly, I just wanted to talk about the census like I do every work session. You know, we've got our postcard done. It's at the printer, you know, fingers crossed, it's on press. And then we're going to deliver it to East Hampton post office. But just a reminder to folks, please, if you haven't filled out the census, you can go online, my2020census.gov, or you can call them. The number is 844-330-2020. We also got an email, I guess it was late on Friday, from OLA that a number of organizations are putting together an East End Census Caravan on Thursday, September 17th. One caravan leaves, or actually two are leaving from points in Southampton and Hampton Bays, and the other from the North Fork. They're going to meet up at the County Center in Riverhead at 11 o'clock for a rally and press conference. And the line is, let's drive our census numbers up. Unfortunately, as much as I'm sure we'd all love to be there, it's we have a board meeting that day and a number of public hearings scheduled. So we're not able to attend, but I know we will all be there in spirit. But, you know, another plug, please, folks, if you haven't done the census, my2020census.gov, it takes you less than 10 minutes. And that's my public service announcement for today.
Thanks for that. And you know, the flyer really looks excellent, very professionally laid out.
Yeah.
All your work on that. I think that's really helpful at a time when we really need.
Yeah, we'll be mailing 19,000. Everybody will, you know, every household will get one.
Right. That's terrific.
So
it looks beautiful, Kathy. It really does.
Thank you. And we've got it in English and Spanish.
I've gotten a lot of nice comments and feedback about the signs out front for the help of the community.
And they're actually almost done. We had an issue. There's a piece along the bottom that's 8 feet wide by 8 inches high that there was some issues with the materials coming in. So folks, they're almost there.
that will give the town email address and let people know that we're on Twitter and Facebook and whatnot.
Yeah, and the newspaper ads looked great last week, and they'll run again this week. And then now we're going to convert the postcard for the health of our community. You know, respond to the census by September 30th. We're going to convert that to a newspaper ad, and again, it'll run in the Star and the Press News Group. So, and that'll go for 2 weeks.
Great. Thank you for that. David, you have a Liaison report?
Just one thing very, very briefly is that the Beach Advisory Group locations that were shut down this weekend was actually Nick's Beach out of Montauk due to capacity issues on the sand itself. Marine Patrol and enforcement handled that really well. That beach was closed down both on Saturday and Sunday for approximately 2 hours. A very beautiful weekend. I will have some reports next week as we discuss it with everyone else, and many of my other committees will be meeting this weekend, early next week. So I'm gonna let everyone get to lunch.
Okay, David, thank you. Sylvia, do you have a liaison report?
Yeah, I just want to bring everyone up on the Business Recovery Group. We continue to meet on Wednesdays. We start out with a report by Robert Ross from Stony Brook Southampton Hospital. As of last week, Wednesday, there were 2 patients, and one was an asymptomatic patient who actually took the COVID test just because he was coming in for elective surgery. So, you know, those are still some of the good reasons why we continue to need testing. As you know, the testing site was moved from Montauk to the East Hampton High School. So please use this phone number that is up, and I don't have it in front of me. I'm so sorry. It's the 668 phone number that we were using in the for testing in Montauk, and continue to use that number to make an appointment for your COVID test. Let's see. Stony Brook Hospital was down to 5 COVID patients, and I think that's very encouraging too. he did want to remind us that all states, that all the types of emergency, we are in the state of emergency, federal, state, and county are all in effect, including East Hampton. So just remind everyone that this has not gone away. The pandemic is still with us. We need to be vigilant. We need to do as the signs say, and safe distance, wear your mask, wash your hands. They also talked about perhaps considering November 1st is not the final day for outdoor dining, which now is the case. And so they want people to want Peter to start looking into that. He was very receptive because he was on the call. And so we will look into perhaps moving it. And businesses want to know, particularly those like restaurants, if they should make an investment in outdoor heaters and things like that, how they should be able to spend their money to make sure that their business can continue. They're also concerned about and looking at ventilation systems as we start to move indoors. There may be some new things on the market. We need to start researching that to see if there's some way that we can stay safe and dine indoors as well. They're also talking about a vibrant holiday season for the business community. And, you know, instead of paper going up on windows, we were talking specifically about Montauk, and because I'm the Montauk CAC liaison, some of the complaints that we get during the winter are that it looks too empty, downtown Montauk. This may not be the case this year, but they would like to see it look more holiday-like and more vibrant during the holiday season, welcome people to shopping. And in order to do that, they think it should look very festive. So they're starting to coordinate some efforts for that. So we should all remember to shop local and, you know, patronize our folks here that depend on making sure that they can make it through this season and beyond. So, because we don't want to start seeing our businesses boarded up totally because they can't make it. So if you're shopping, please remember them. Let's see. Oh, and so I'm going to move on to energy sustainability. We were going to have our second or continuing public hearing on CCA, community choice aggregation. That will be on September 17th. But on September 15th, at our work session, Gordy and Rocky will be there to discuss the connection between LIPA, CCA, and electrical rates. That seems to be the continuing question that we are getting, at least from one or two members of our community, and how those things relate to each other. And so he will be there to answer any questions, and including that one. Let's see. And I just want to remind people again that it's enabling legislation we're talking about, that more steps are going to be necessary if the board and the community would like to move forward with community choice aggregation. The Community Housing Opportunity Fund Committee met, and Michael DeSario has asked to step down. He's been on the committee for many, many, many years. He's done a lot of hard, wonderful work for affordable housing in East Hampton. And I just want to thank him for his service on the board, and also, you know, wish him well as he moves forward. He's doing, you know, a lot of different things, and he just said it's time for him to step down. So one of the good things about having a real estate expert on the committee was that they did help us, and as we looked at different properties, and let us know, and, you know, giving us ideas on cost and availability of maybe properties that are out there that we hadn't considered. So hopefully, if you've got recommendations for anyone that is in the real estate business that would like to work on affordable housing, board members, that would be great. If you would like to move those, you know, if you have friends in that arena, you know, if you'd please call them and ask them if they'd like to serve on that board. Just to let you know, Fred Thiel is going to pursue the transfer tax legislation for affordable housing in 2021. So we're excited about that. And energizeeasthampton.org. Please go to the website. Again, the video will be up for CCA, and any information, question, answers that were done during the webinar are also going to be up in written form, so you can see what the questions were and what the answers were. And that is all I have for today.
Thank you, Sylvia. Just that COVID testing number for the test site at the high school is 631-668-3705. And you can call ahead for an appointment. They operate from 10 to 3, I believe. Or
10 to 4. It's 10 to 4.
Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Yep. So thank you, Peter, for getting that.
And that number is 631-668-3705.
Right.
Thanks for the report, Sylvia. And Jeff,
Sure.
do you have a liaison report?
They're very short. Most of my committees met before the prior work session. I've been working with Sylvia on with Kathy on the special events permit for the film festival, and myself a big fan of that film festival. I'm hoping that we can shape that a little bit and perhaps reduce it somewhat in size. It's a pretty large event, but we'll see what the committee thinks when we meet again tomorrow. I spoke to LTV about running the census public service announcement a little bit more frequently, and they agreed to do that to bump it up so we get some publicity. And other than that, most of my time has been occupied with airport and a couple of other things that aren't really.
I owe them materials, LTV, which I will get to. I'm going to ask them to do census and just start, for the health of our community, wear a mask and stay 6 feet apart. So
Okay.
Yeah, we'll be doing some more PSAs as well on all of those. And as Kathy mentioned previously, radio ads as well.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. So I will be delivering to the town board members preliminary budget before September 30th. I'm going through the budget now, making a number of decisions about funding levels in various departments, and reviewing requests for a couple of additional positions, as well as some promotions and regrades and whatnot across all town employees. Again, I expect to have that budget released to you before September 30th. That is the requirement. And I just want to make note of the fact that we have had obviously some additional unexpected costs related to COVID, and our COVID costs that are reimbursable from FEMA to date are $463,920.98, and that was through August 31st. And the breakdown of those costs, a lot of that is in overtime. $252,538 is in overtime expenses across some essential departments, with the police department, buildings and grounds, and fire marshal's departments, as well as ordnance, being the bulk of those expenses. Very little in terms of overtime in human services and highway and public safety. There were also significant costs and additional materials, $145,670. And again, buildings and grounds being the largest, next to human services, which was $65,472, and almost $9,000 for PD and $2,800 for highway. So overall, we're still in pretty good shape, I would say, due to the fact that we've been very careful and conservative in our budgeting over the last several years, and have significant enough surplus to weather these additional costs. In addition to nearly $500,000 in additional expenses, we've obviously had some non-tax revenue shortfalls that are based on permits, particularly like non-resident beach parking and some other types of permits. Those revenues are down somewhat. Again, I think we've been able to make up some of that. We did open up day parking at Kirk Park, which has helped somewhat, and we'll continue to review the non-resident parking issue. We may decide to, if the board agrees, to start issuing non-resident permits, albeit it's now considered somewhat off-season, and we would obviously reduce the cost of that as well. We're still talking with the chief about the restrictions on parking being extended. Although it's codified as being a year-round restriction, historically we haven't enforced those restrictions from about the middle of September on. So that's under discussion. Additionally, I wanted to mention that Gansett Meadows, the affordable housing complex in Amagansett, is holding, or it's just finished holding, their drawing for lottery on selecting those who would be able to potentially qualify for housing in that development, which is roughly 37 housing units. We're very pleased that this is now taking place, and that there will be additional opportunities which individuals and families can take advantage of for housing in town at affordable rates, so that people can remain in our community, working people can remain. Discuss.
Can I just add into that? So I was watching that happen at the same time as the board meeting. There were over 543 applications for the 37 units that we had there at Gansett Meadows. So it shows the need for affordable housing and the desire in the township. During the live stream, there was technical error. The live stream went down, but the results are online right now for anyone that wants to go see them. You just Google East Hampton Housing Authority. Their matrix was done by random.org, and you can see based on your application number where you might have landed on that list there, just to continue on with that.
Yeah, I appreciate the update on that, David. That's helpful to know. We've been talking about some of the issues we've had with capacity here in East Hampton regarding internet, and particularly wireless communications. There have been some historic coverage gaps within the township due to either the lack of towers within that geographical area, or the lack of antennas on those towers by various providers. And so we've decided to move forward with a more comprehensive look at that issue. In addition, there's been concerns raised about 5G, potentially health concerns and other concerns. And we've also recognized the fact that the town's code on wireless communications is outdated and needs to be updated to both reflect the community as well as changes in the FCC's regulations. And to that end, in addition to putting out the RFP for consulting firm to help us with that, and the hiring of John Huber to help us with that, I think it's a good idea to form a committee, and that could be made up of some interested town residents and various stakeholders within the town to help advise us through this process. So if you have names of individuals that you would like to nominate to add to the community committee on communications, we'd be very happy to hear from you, board members, on that. We've had, I think, the best possible summer that we could have under these conditions. It certainly was lived up to its name as a summer like no other. Some of the initial concerns and fact predictions did not play out the way some had thought, and we've been able to maintain extremely low infection rate here, and I think that's a real tribute to our community and to all the individuals who have followed the safety protocols. You know, it's been a time where many in our community have struggled, whether it be with mental health issues and anxiety, financial impacts. And, you know, our community's really come together, I think, very nicely and been supportive. This pandemic's not over. The economic repercussions are not over, not likely to be. So we need to be cognizant of that moving forward, and continue looking out for our fellow citizens here, Some people have actually benefited greatly, that some businesses surprisingly have done better than they did in a normal season due to increased demand. The more people out here, some sectors of business have really flourished, others are still hard hit. So, we're all trying to adjust and transition, even still on a daily basis. I think we need to make sure that we don't let our guard down, especially now that schools are starting to reopen, especially since as it gets cooler, there'll be less outdoor activity and we'll be moving back indoors. It will be really important for us to make sure that we don't have outbreaks. And to that end, Sylvia briefly touched on it, the Business Recovery Committee. We're asking about, currently we have outdoor dining regulations that I renew every 5 days through executive order to suspend our zoning to allow for outdoor dining up to 100% businesses capacity. There have also been relaxation of outdoor use of properties for fitness and yoga and whatnot. And I think at this point, in order to better signal to businesses so that they can take appropriate steps, for instance, for outdoor dining, some businesses may want to invest in outdoor heaters to allow guests to be able to partake of meals comfortably as the weather gets colder. Obviously, such additions would have to be reviewed by the fire marshal. But rather than to continually have to reissue an emergency order, I would suggest that we put forward legislation in the form of relaxing temporarily some of these zoning conditions so that businesses can continue to operate in this manner with a sunset clause. And so I'll bring forward that legislation in the coming weeks to discuss and get scheduled for a public hearing. I look forward to your input on that. Again, I don't envision it being very different than what we've done to date through the application process that we reviewed and approved. Pretty much the same sorts of standards would be in place, the ability to revoke such a permit for violations of the COVID protocols and whatnot. But I think this would give businesses an opportunity to make the investments that they need in some of the decision making in order to be able to continue to dine outdoors. And I think that's pretty much all I have for now.
Peter, can I just get just a little bit more clarification? So is this a communications committee for personal wireless service or?
Yeah, so I see it as being an advisory committee on wireless communications primarily. And there are various aspects of wireless communications, which I enumerated. There's the revamping of the code, which I think we've all agreed is necessary. There may be some subcommittees, or the board may decide to have specific committees for each of these tasks. There's the question about 5G in our community, and also taking a comprehensive look at communications, cellular communications throughout the town. But again, it's personal wireless is our primary focus here. There may be some overlap potentially with emergency communications as they can be co-located on such structures. But I think we should really take a more comprehensive look rather than to allow wireless communications to sort of continually evolve very, very much piecemeal, one provider pitted against another, competing with each other over the best coverage. I think a better approach might be for the town to look at comprehensive coverage and to be a little bit more involved actively, and maybe even owning the towers and leasing out space to wireless providers. So that's conceptually, where I see that going.
Okay, just a question. I was under the impression that we were already moving forward on changes to the code. Is this going to hold up that, John, or are you working concurrently with John Hubert? Because we had at one point talked about seeing a first draft this month.
Right. I'm assuming that the input, if it changes the code, would have an impact on whatever we might adopt, because you're not going to be able to adopt it that quickly, or depending on when the committee gets formed. But no, I certainly don't see that you have to wait for their input to amend the code. So I know you will have a draft for you at some point this month. I've already started working on it with John.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Yeah. But as we go along, it might be, I guess it could be helpful to have some public input into what their concerns are, coverage issues, things of that sort. So I think we actually had one years ago, didn't we, Peter? Long time ago.
I think that might have been before my time, even.
Yes.
I think there was such a committee, but I think it's always helpful to involve members of the public and various stakeholders to help us understand what the the demands and needs are, any particular issues. And I think the broader the input, the better the product on the other end. So we certainly don't want to try and do all of this in a vacuum and then present it to the public. I think you're better off if you can involve the public along the way in the community committee type format. So any other questions, concerns, issues, discussion? I think we have one more caller on the line. I always like to hear from the public. So
yes,
Michael, do you have a caller?
Yes, I'll unmute their caller right now.
Good afternoon again. It's Dave Buda rejoining you on a different topic.
Jay,
I had a
double dipping
question.
today.
Only twice.
Okay, that's the double part of double dipping. Go ahead.
I listened to your discussions about, and I've been interested in the whole possibility of the hospital erecting a standalone emergency facility in East Hampton, and I look forward to it progressing. But I did have a question about exactly what is the scope of their project, and I've been trying to understand it, but the project keeps changing and morphing. Originally, I went to the hospital's website, and it's outdated. It talks about they were looking for a 54,000 square foot facility. Then it was reduced to something in the 30,000 square foot area, and now it currently is at just under 24,000 square feet. And I read Mr. Shantz's site plan initial evaluation, which is dated July 29th, that was discussed at the August 5th Planning Board meeting. And I just want to point out that it is still described as being a new freestanding emergency department and outpatient diagnostic and imaging center, which is frankly what I would expect for the sake of efficiency, that they not simply be waiting for emergency people to be carted in by ambulance, but that they provide related services to keep the facility running efficiently. But my real concern and question that I'd like the board to ask the hospital is, to what extent will the existing hospital facilities, Stony Brook, Southampton, and their primary care facilities, be affected by this proposal? Will they be planning to reduce the existing urgent care facility in East Hampton? Are they planning on reducing or merging the existing blood drawing and x-ray facility that exists at the healthcare center? Is there going to be a consolidation or simply an addition of new medical service provided to the township? That's my question.
Yeah, so that's a good question. We could get that answer for you, but I believe that they currently operate a lab over at the healthcare center. Once the facility's constructed, and again, we'll verify this, I would imagine that would be consolidated in one location. That would be more efficient. But again, I think you're correct in that it just doesn't only accept 911 emergency calls, that it would provide healthcare across a much broader spectrum, and to be able to have those kind of facilities and services provided, I think is well supported within the community. You know, we have at least a 24,000 year-round population. It's probably going to be considerably higher than that. To rely on just one healthcare center, which will be moved from Southampton Village to Southampton College, is, I think, going to be unacceptable. It's already been unacceptable from the standpoint of transporting emergencies. So we can ask that question and get back to you on that.
Right. My suggestion is that that you seek that the town board should obtain the detailed project description that was submitted and that is in the hands of the planning department and probably the planning board, and seek clarification from the hospital, because, I mean, I'm not looking to limit the hospital's function. I frankly would look forward to a facility that could provide certain types of elective day surgery procedures or diagnostic tools. The question is, what are they planning to do there? Will it result in a reduction of existing services and consolidation, or will it simply be truly an emergency room facility, which frankly I don't think is feasible or logical?
Yeah, no, I think from what I read and what was presented, that they do expect to have mammography,
ultrasound,
a number of imaging capabilities, and again, providing better health care at that facility that's not currently available within the town of East Hampton. So that's my
medicine has evolved. I mean, there are certain types of procedures that once could only be done in a hospital, and now are often done in standalone, privately owned surgical centers. I think you, the board, and also the planning board, should understand what will and will not occur at this new facility. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Appreciate you calling in. And David's right about the advancement of medical procedures. I mean, with arthroscopic surgery, many types of surgery now are done outpatient, which hip replacements. My dad got both of his hips replaced from injuries, and they did that as outpatient, which is remarkable given how they used to do that. And he'll be 90 this year. So, any other callers, Michael?
No, there are no more callers.
I will entertain a motion to go into exec session.
I make a motion to go into exec session. I know CPF is on it. I don't know what else we're looking at. John?
List.
Outside counsel, we have
contracts.
Yeah,
and personnel
contracts and
we have contract,
advice of counsel,
personnel. Is that under litigation?
Pending.
Okay, I make a motion that we go into exec session for contracts, CPF, personnel, and litigation. It is now 3:35.
You guys want to take a break and have a little lunch?
Yes.
Yeah, you think?
We reconvene at 4:15 or enough time?
Perfect.
Okay, so exec session at 4:15.
Second.
I'll send the all in favor.
Aye.
Aye. I'll send out a Zoom link to all parties.
Okay, thank
Beautiful.
you.
Thank you.